Let me go back to that if I can. And Adam, if we can slide the Fox 5 Live Viper over just a tad there, and zoom into this area here outside of Waco, get your bearings. There's I-20 right there. Here we are in town. You head out I-20, go past Douglasville, and heading towards Alabama. This signature is just not showing me much right now as far as any sort of rotation. If we go hit it on the velocity mode, and we'll see. There you go. So see how the red and what we want is this to kind of get closer together. That's where we would see the rotation. So this is just to the southwest of Morgan right now. It's fairly broad, and you also want to look for perhaps very, very bright green, and you're going to look for bright red. Now this is kind of dull, so it means tells me that the wind speeds aren't all that impressive. Now Adam is going down into the street level there as far as Morgan and Bremen. And if we can take that in a little bit tighter there, we can kind of see the communities just to the outskirts of Temple right there. And there we go. So see this broad rotation right there? This is what the Weather Service picked up, and something was lofted high enough that we saw some debris. And anytime that you have that, you know you had some sort of circulation in the updraft to force it up into where the radar beam can check it out. So that's prompted this tornado warning for Carroll County, for Haralson County, and for Paulding County until 1:30. So racing off to the northeast. So there's the community of Morgan. That would be under the gun. Same with Temple, although I'm sure the wind's blowing pretty good in and around Temple. So again, this is moving away from the radar site. This is moving toward the radar site, and so you're looking for any sort of a conjunction. Now, down here to the south, that's some pretty gusty winds, I'm sure, rolling through portions of Carroll County right now, but that's not the tornadic storm that we're concerned about. We're concerned about the one that's inside the polygon right here. So if you're in Waco, Bowden Junction, you're clear now. Bremen, you're clear. All right, so now back to the correlation coefficient. Yeah, look at that, Adam. That shows, see how that is vastly different right there. So something has been lofted north of Bowden Junction moving towards Morgan. So if you're listening to me there in Morgan, also in and around the Temple area, I would make sure that I'm in my tornado safety place now. That is an interior room. If you have a basement, that's the best place. You also want to make sure to protect your head in some way. Make sure you have very sturdy shoes on in case something happens. You have to go out into the debris. You don't want to be walking around barefoot, sock foot, or with some tennis shoes on. You want some hard sole shoes. So those are things that all of us should be kind of aware of in and around Metro Atlanta if indeed we come under a tornado warning. So protect your head in some way and protect your feet. But that is certainly some debris that's been lofted there to the south of Morgan. So right along, if we can figure out what highway that is right there. That's Interstate 20 right there. Okay, so it's about to cross 20. If you know, coming out of Arbor Place Mall, coming out of Villa Rica, and then making your way towards Alabama, that's already happened. So this debris is lofted from someplace down towards Miller Academy right there. And now this cell, if we go back to the velocity mode there, Adam, and we can see where this has moved to. So now heading towards Morgan, just to the southwest of Temple. This is moving now into portions of Paulding County. Here's Haralson County, and here's Carroll County down to the south there of I-20. So there we go. This is certainly, yeah, that's a broad rotation, but rotation nonetheless of what we're seeing on Fox 5 Live Viper. So an active tornado warning means the tornado's been detected, and you're seeing that here on our Doppler radar and the dual pole features that we've had. If we go kind of zero in, can we go tight, a little bit tighter in that area there, Adam? So we let folks know. There you go. There's Morgan. And you see some of the roads. This is I-20 right here. I just can't make out the name of that county highway right there. There we go. 72, it looks like. Yes. So see how the red and the green coming together? That's where the couplet is right now. It's fairly broad, but there's the possibility of a tornado there making its way this direction off to the northeast. So certainly if you're in that area of Haralson County and Paulding County and you hear my voice, now's the time to go to your tornado safety place. Let me give you a broader picture here so we can show you what's going on. This is a line of intense storms. Remember, we talked about it. It was last night in Alabama, and it's finally on the move our way. The red counties here indicating a tornado watch until 6 o'clock, which includes all of Metro Atlanta. And I'm certainly concerned about some areas down to the southwest where it's a little bit more unstable. But right now, we do have the possibility of a storm spinning up a tornado that's right there across north now of I-20. So instability has been marginal today. We did have some shear in the atmosphere. I saw that early on. That is wind changing direction and speed with height. So that's where you get your twisting. We just need that instability to force the updrafts. And we're seeing some of that, I think, with just the forward motion of the squall line that's out ahead of the front. So out here toward Paulding County, now leaving Carroll County. So if we can kind of zero in on that. Let me take a look at this. Here we go, Fox 5 Live Viper. Okay, so what's happened now, it looks like this is kind of out running ahead of the area that's a concern, is back here towards Haralson County and into western Paulding County. Carroll County, you're fine right now. Carroll County, Carrollton, it's raining, the wind's blowing, no tornado for you. Douglasville does not include you. The rain's going to pick up. Marietta, not so much. But I would be watching closely here into the city of Dallas, in Paulding, and then perhaps heading towards the Ackworth area. We'll see if this indeed holds together. It looks like there's rain here, so typically what you'll have is the atmosphere more stable up there in northwestern Cobb County than what's been happening here back out to the southwest. So this tornado warning in effect until 1:30. It was just issued here moments ago. Most of metro Atlanta under a tornado watch, so we may be seeing this repeated in some areas through the course of the afternoon. So if you have any travel plans and so forth, just be weather aware. I think you can go someplace now in and around metro Atlanta. Certainly points to the south and now off to the east. To the west, I would probably hold off right now, and we'll see what this. Look at the demarcation here with this reflectivity right in Carroll County. Man, that is tight, indicating very, very strong winds. So, yeah, it doesn't take a tornado to do some damage as far as getting up under the eaves of homes, knocking down the trees that are stressed due to the drought that we've had, certainly. And now the soggy ground, well, the heavier rain that we've had over the past couple of days. That's weird to say, isn't it? We've had heavy rain. Yes, the ground is becoming a little more saturated. But when you get that tight gradient between the green right into the dark reds there, and it's starting to bow a little bit, there's some gusty winds about to roll into southern Douglas County. But you can see the polygon here outlining the area under the gun, the possibility of a tornado that we saw the lofty debris early on, and that pulled the trigger for the National Weather Service to issue that warning. So if we can go back now into Fox 5 Live Viper, and we're looking at it, trying to determine that in 3 dimensions. And all right, this is back now to the correlation coefficient, and you can see there's some debris now been lofted there just to the south of Temple. The warning now kind of shifted back up this direction through the communities of Haralson County and Paulding County, but certainly something has happened there out I-20 way. See that red line right there? That is I-20. So where we saw something was out here towards Waco and Mount Zion. Now it's pushed in this direction. So right along I-20, and if you folks have seen anything, be sure to send it to us here at Fox 5 through our Twitter account and Facebook. You know, make sure that it's safe once this passes. If you see any debris or so forth, we'd love to see some sort of pictures and video from this. So there's Temple, there's I-20. Perhaps some debris has been lofted in that area as this moves to the northeast. Let's go back to the velocity. There you go. More broad rotation right now, so I'm not too concerned. Let's see if we can slide it back up this way to the see the separation there between the green and the red. Again, this moving away from the radar site, this moving toward, and so you try to get something that's fairly tight just to the outskirts there of Old Villarica, moving off to the northeast. So not seeing much right there, but we did see some the lofted debris, and again, that red line indicating I-20. If we go back to the reflectivity there, Adam, we can pick up, see if we can see any sort of a signature, or the hook signature that we look for. We didn't see that right away, but we did see it show up a little bit of a couplet there in the velocity mode. So in Haralson County, Paulding County, you're now certainly a concern. Carroll County, we can take you off the list as it's moved away from you. Although, look at this, how towards this direction in moving into Douglas County, some very, very strong wind now in Villarica, not where the tornado is, the possible tornado, the likely tornado now trying to lift up into the northeast. So if you're not having that, you're at least getting some gusty winds. Slide the radar down just a little bit. Look at this. Wow, that is certainly some wind down there to the south of Sand Hill, just to the east of Sand Hill, and 5 Points. This is out in Carroll County. Wow, I bet that's going to knock down some trees for sure right there with that sharp gradient that we're seeing. So this not as impressive. Well, we go back up here, look at the reflectivity now. Starting to get a little appendage there coming down now. Now you see some heavier, that might be a little hail contamination right there with the storm. We haven't seen much in the way of that. We're just monitoring it for the wind right now out in Haralson, now moving into Paulding County. All right, I'm going to go back to Fox 5 Live Viper with the broader view. Got the rain rolling into Cobb County, no severe storms there. The only severe storm we have, that possibility, is out there to the west, but you can see how it's marching towards metro Atlanta. Now, there it is, racing. In fact, racing at a pretty good clip, probably 45, 50 miles an hour. There's the wind blowing in Carroll County, about to move into Douglas County as we speak. So up here in North Georgia, this is just rain, and I don't anticipate anything to pop up with this. Yes, some gusty winds, but not so much as far as severe storms are concerned. Down to the south and to the southwest, you can see the area that's shaded there with the tornado watch in metro Atlanta going all the way down into southwest Georgia. There's the line of intense storms now rolling through Montgomery. More storms down in lower Alabama and the Florida Panhandle. Somewhat concerned about watching these guys kind of roll in here, these discrete cells that sometimes will get out ahead of it. That's where you can get those supercells building up that can spawn tornadoes. And we saw that yesterday in Alabama. We haven't seen it today or this morning, but we'll have to watch closely down to the southwest of metro Atlanta. So the environment is marginally unstable, but what's happening with the forcing mechanism of the front and the line rolling through, we're starting to get a little bit more instability. We certainly have had the shear in the atmosphere to support any sort of rotation, but there you go. See, the warning now is out for the most part of Carroll County, just to the north there of I-20 and Paulding County. I think we can take Haralson County out of the list as well. So no more warning for you there in Haralson County, but that little, panhandle, lack of a better term, there in Carroll County just to the north. Let's see what it looks like. All right, so we're trying to look at it in 3 dimensions here to see if we see any sort of hook or, no, I'm not seeing that at all, but you can see how high these thunderstorms are going, probably up around 30, 35,000 feet, but we certainly have been seeing that low-level rotation out to our west. Adam, if we can, let's go back to, there you go, there's the velocity. Let's take a look. Well, let's see, we've got a huge, huge separation now, so I would be unlikely that there's any sort of a tornado right now. That's a big space. Yes, you're going to get some gusty winds, but I don't see, and that's a very broad rotation, so I'm not concerned. Now they're continuing the warning. You see it's out of Haralson County, northern Carroll, moving into Paulding County, but it's certainly not as ominous as it looked no more than about 15, 20 minutes ago where we had some debris. Let's go back to the correlation coefficient. Let's see what we have. It's kind of maybe just a little bit outside there, the last pass. Yeah. Not so much, not what we had earlier. And you can see there's the flashing polygon. So it's in this area that we've been watching. So Villa Rica, not so much. Yeah, the wind blew and I'm sure the rain came down, but not a concern there of the possibility of a tornado. But moving into the New Georgia area, Mulberry Place, out to our west, we'll have to watch just to the south there of Union in Draketown, out to the west of metro Atlanta. All right, let's go back to Fox 5 Live Viper, and you can see it's kind of wound up a little bit there, just a tad. See how this is doing this direction. Here's the reflectivity coming about. That's that broad rotation I was talking about. We need it tighter to support something like a tornado. We had that earlier, not so much right now. And again, this tornado warning is in effect until 1:30. The tornado watch for all of us, meaning conditions are favorable, goes right on into 6 o'clock this evening. So this may not be the last of these, but it's the only one that we have right now. So we can see how that's rolling now to southern Paulding County. Douglasville, you're probably going to get some real strong winds here and no more than about 5 or 10 minutes away. And then up here across North Georgia, we're looking at just some heavier rainfall on areas that have already been rained on, so watch out for some flooding issues up there. Now, as we're dealing with the line, here it is, trying to roll in from Alabama. Tornado watch all the way down toward the Albany area, and then these are the cells that I have an eye on as well. All right, so back to Fox 5 Live Viper that we have in velocity. and we're just seeing a little bit of a broad rotation. Again, this is showing the radar echoes going away from the radar site. This is coming toward, and what we look for is just a tight, where they're right next to one another, what we call gate to gate. I don't see any of that, so that's certainly great news as far as that goes. And you can see the flashing polygon stretches back towards Carroll County and Paulding County, but I don't think that Haralson has any sort of concern. Adam, do you have some new information for us, I believe?
Yeah, I do, and at this point, you're right. It's kind of weakened a little bit, and we are seeing it fall apart as we've been tracking this system. But there is confirmation here that we saw a confirmed tornado just over Temple. So that tornado that we originally identified, they're spinning very tightly. We saw the correlation coefficient, which is just that debris signature in the air. That was a confirmed tornado at that point. So that system maybe perhaps weakening, as David's been telling us, but we are now able to confirm that that was a tornado spinning there, moving at about 50 miles an hour when it happened, but it was located just over Temple or 11 miles east of Buchanan when that was confirmed, when that became a confirmed tornado. Obviously, we still have a good 17 minutes right now left in this tornado watch, or it's the watch all the way into the evening, the tornado warning. But what we're continuing to see is that watch until 6 p.m. So we've got about another 17 minutes left on this warned storm that has been a confirmed tornado, even though at this point it's weakening for us a little bit. The watch is something that we're going to be continuing to see all the way until 6 p.m. So obviously anything can be popping up out in front of this storm. But just to reiterate one more time for you, David, that tornado that we were talking about is a confirmed tornado. It was just over Buchanan, or it was about 11 miles east of Buchanan, and we were looking at it located just over the Temple area. That's taking you back to just after 1 o'clock. So that's when this initially all began. We saw that signature on the satellite and radar. It was confirmed tornado. We're now about 12 minutes after that point, David. So it is looking as though it's kind of falling apart here. It's certainly something we're going to be paying very close attention to, though, for the rest of the afternoon, as we've got this tornado watch in place for another 5 hours.
Yeah, so let's bring people up to date on what's going on across Metro Atlanta. Is we're finding, sorry, I'm getting some feedback there in my earpiece. And I kicked that out. It's a delayed system, and I can't speak and talk with echo like that. All right, so if anybody needs me, you can talk to me through the studio. This is live television, and the way that we roll, bringing you the latest information as far as the tornado warning that's been out in Carroll County and in Paulding County. We can remove Haralson County, I think, from that as it's moved away from you as it pushes off to the northeast. So we've been watching this line of storms that moved in from Alabama, moving into an environment that was modestly unstable, but certainly nothing to really fire up until we had that one cell there near Mount Zion in Waco in Carroll County that decided it wanted to spin something up, and that prompted the Weather Service to issue the tornado warning right before 1 o'clock, and we've been with you since, and that's what we do when we have an active tornado warning within our viewing audience area. This is very, very important information. It could be even life-saving, certainly if you're within that polygon. It makes us more aware, too, and may come up with a plan in around Metro Atlanta, because we're going to be seeing some of these things spin up during the course of the afternoon, and that's the red that you see here as far as the tornado watch is concerned, meaning conditions are favorable. So now's the time to figure out what your tornado safety place is. Basement, if you're at work, interior room, lower level floor, someplace away from windows and doors. You want to separate as many walls between you and the tornado as you can. Make sure you have a way to protect your head, whether it's a bike helmet or something to protect your head. Make sure you got the hard sole shoes on as well. Now, what the Weather Service has done now is issued a severe thunderstorm warning for this area of Douglas County, South Fulton County, moving into the downtown area, Cobb County right now, for what we've been looking at, the possibility of some damaging winds with that across Douglasville, Fairplay right now, moving into Mableton and Marietta. So, yeah, the severe thunderstorm warning for Cobb, Douglas, Fulton, and Paulding until 2 o'clock tonight, this afternoon rather. And keep in mind, when we have a severe thunderstorm warning, you can have a spin-up tornado very, very quickly. So keep that in mind in that area. So the tornado warning is still holding on right now at 1:30. They haven't expired that yet. But what this tells me is that they're more concerned, like I've been concerned, with the damaging winds. And when you get winds up to 60 and 70 miles an hour, it can do damage like a tornado. So whether it's a tornado or not, you're still going to have trees down, power outages, debris on the road, and so forth. So that's the area of Fairplay, Douglasville. There's, again, I-20, Highway 78 through Mapleton. Marietta's getting rain right now, but I think some gusty winds are coming your way and certainly holding together as it makes its way into metro Atlanta. I don't see this weakening as the afternoon goes on. I do see the winds kicking up at 60 and 70 miles an hour. I think the greatest threat to see a spin up of one of these tornadoes is going to be south and southwest of metro Atlanta, not so much in the northern suburbs, but we'll be monitoring that nonetheless. So you can see. Yes, Adam, you got new information?
Well, we just, at this point, I wanted to continue to have issues with our IFBs, but at this point, I wanted to let you guys know that we have been continuing to track this line of showers, and we have some live video coming in from Carroll County. This is at a way station, and if we actually take a look at some of that video, we can kind of tell what has already passed in some of those locations. Again, this is from the way station in Carroll County. Slick roads. This is now getting on the backside of some of that very heavy rain. So this is where what is now a severe warning thunderstorm just moved through that area. The winds may be backing down just a little bit, but you're certainly dealing with still heavy rain. Even as this system moves by, you're also dealing with winds that are still going to be gusting a little bit. And then again, just to point out, this is right on the back side of that particular system, David.
All right, Adam. So new information now from the National Weather Service, and it's good news. No more tornado warning for Paulding or Carroll County. So that broad rotation now is not so, well, it's broader, so it's not as tight. No concerns with the tornado. The more concern now would be with the straight line damaging winds with the thunderstorms. That is a severe thunderstorm warning for several counties, Cobb, Fulton, portions of Douglas until 2 o'clock this afternoon. Now we're going to be right here in the Fox 5 Storm Center throughout the course of the afternoon. If any additional tornado warnings come your way, we will break into programming immediately. Be sure to follow me on Twitter, Adam on Twitter, the Fox 5 Storm Team on Twitter. That's where you can get the quickest warnings. Make sure you download our Fox 5 Storm Team app. We'll be here throughout the course of the afternoon monitoring the situation. We'll take you back now to regular programming.
That does not seem to be the case. Alicia posted this video of her son, Egypt. And you know, of course, Alicia Keys is an accomplished pianist, and apparently that gene got passed down to Egypt. He's only 6 years old. Watch this.
Live Viper. Yeah, we zero in on the storm that's just outside of Mableton right now, and there at Six Flags we saw the Weather Service a tornado signature right over the top of Six Flags. Again, moving off to the north. Now moving due east at 45 miles an hour, and it puts it about 9 miles just to the west of Atlanta. So it's the feature there between Six Flags and Stratford there, just to the west of downtown Atlanta along I-20. Now you can see the right here, there's the tornado warning. It includes Vinings and Buckhead all the way up into the Chamblee area, so it includes downtown. So it's this area right around Six Flags. There's I-20. It's this little appendage right there. We can kind of zero in on that there, Adam. See if we can zoom in. A little bit of an inflow right there. I-20, if we can drill down, you can probably see some of the street names right here. Keep going. There you go. And certainly a bit of a hook developing right there. And we're seeing, there's Six Flags. That's Six Flags right there. There's I-20. See if we can identify that the roadway there just to the right along the Georgia, or I should say the Cobb County and Fulton County line out to the west of Atlanta. So the possibility of a tornado exists. We saw that signature pop up on Doppler radar, and that's prompted the warning now until 2:15. So if you're hearing my voice now, in and around the Six Flags area, now moving into Cobb and Fulton County, you need to find your tornado safety place, an interior room, a basement, someplace away from windows and doors. I know there's a lot of industry and businesses that are out there. Let's go back to, here we go. This is a Fox 5 Live Viper, and we're trying to see if we can pick up any sort of the circulation out there. Here's Atlanta heading out I-20, and it was right along 20 and now 285, but we're just not seeing that right now. So let me back this back out and drive this and see what, give you an idea of a storm track on that. Can you do that for us there, Adam, over here on Fox 5 Live Viper? Let's take this, broad it out, and take a track there, moving off to the east, and show folks the areas that are in the, might be under the gun, with the possibility of a tornado. That's what the rotation has shown us, and that prompted the Weather Service to kick off the warning. So here we go. Now moving to Adamsville in about 6 minutes, Pebblebrook Estates in 7, Stratford in 8, although it may be a little sooner than that, Oakdale in 10, and Center Hill in 10. Now we have also embedded in that severe thunderstorm warning, but I think the tornado warning is certainly going to trump that, making its way on into the city right now. So East Point, downtown Atlanta, there is 285, there's 75, there goes Georgia 400. See that sharp gradient right there, certainly some wind, but it was this rotation feature right here that's prompted the tornado warning. So there you go, kind of drill down. There's a Towns Elementary School. That would be the possibility to the north of that right now. And so certainly schools in portions of Cobb County and in Fulton County probably need to be in their tornado safety places as we speak. Broaden it back out a little bit more so we can see exactly. There's Harper Archer Middle School. Keep going about the other way there, Adam. Keep going out. So we want to see. There's the community of Stratford right now. It's more in this area right here that I would be concerned. You start seeing a bit of a notch. If we can see maybe some small hail there with that higher reflectivity. And there is Buckhead. Here's I-75 branching off. So certainly a lot of businesses and communities right here in the path. You need to take shelter right now. This has the possibility of a tornado. Now, this isn't a massive supercell tornado that we get sometimes in the fall and often in the spring, but it is a spin-up. It can do damage. We saw it happen last night in Alabama. So the rotation is a concern, spinning up something probably 70, 80, maybe even 90 miles an hour. That's a view from our tower cam. We're not seeing anything. We just see some raindrops out there making its way now into Fulton County and into downtown Atlanta. So let me see what we're going to do here. I'm going to put a skit on that storm, and we'll see if there's anything showing up as far as the exact movement of it. All right. So get your bearings. There we are in Vinings, Buckhead. It's kind of this area right in here. So it moved across Six Flags. It's right there. And it's kind of more drifted a little bit more easterly than what the predecessors were up out of the northeast. So the warning takes it east at 45. So downtown Atlanta, just to the north of that, there's the Brookwood split. So that's where the possibility of the storm is on its way to in the next 10 or 15 minutes or so. Adam, if you can go on the other Fox 5 Live Viper and see if we got any sort of a correlation coefficient, see if we have any lofted debris. Let's see, the tornado was confirmed over, we see something? Yes, we do. Yeah, we do. Let's take a look at it. All right, so this is a dual pole product that shows us lofted debris. In other words, all this around here, kind of the same color, would be raindrops, but something in and around Chattahoochee and Forest Acres is saying, no, that's not rain. That's some sort of lofted debris, whether it's pieces of twigs and limbs and roof shingles and so forth. Something's up into the atmosphere that's not rain, so that would give us a confirmation that there has been a tornado, to have the updraft bring that into the atmosphere for the radar beam to check it out. So there you go. That's a Magnolia. Right at Forest Acres right now is where the lofted debris is, which would tell you that perhaps the tornado is right back there to the southwest of that as it lifts it up, and it's on its way here to the northeast, in fact down to the south as well. So that's in the polygon of the tornado warning now into Fulton County. So certainly a signature that we're seeing a tornado that has done something as far as picking up some sort of debris just to the other side of Six Flags, now moving toward 285 and inside the perimeter. So we can looking at our tower cam, we don't see anything out that way to the west, but you can see certainly some debris right there. Now, let's go back to, this is the reflectivity mode, and you can see the heaviest rain now pushing into Buckhead and Vinings, but we're really concerned about that rotation. And what I was doing was I was trying to pick out something here on the Fox 5 Live Viper that would indicate where in the direction all this is headed. Now, it's not showing me a skid on there. David? There we go, right there. All right. Yes, Adam?
David, if I just can jump in for just a moment.
Go right ahead.
The National Weather Service has been kind of tracking the same one as you're tracking it. At this very moment, heading right into the Bolton area. Okay. So that's going to be an area where folks are going to want to take heed of these warnings
right here.
and get inside right now. Yeah, getting right into the Bolton area. So the debris signature that you were showing a little bit ago was really kind of indicating where that thing is.
Yeah,
so the Bolton area.
Yeah, here's Georgia Tech, all right? So here's the connector that's split right now. It's this appendage right here that has the possibility of a tornado. That's what we call an inflow notch right there, and the tornado gets wrapped up in this direction. So it's about to cross. It's just to the north of Georgia Tech, all right? So you're dealing with there's 14th Street, or 10th Street rather, and there 14th and 10th heading off to the west. Here's Northside Parkway, and so right in that general vicinity north of Georgia Tech, we have the possibility of a tornado on the ground. So if you're in that area, the Brookwood area of downtown Atlanta, you need to take shelter immediately. And obviously, as this passes, any sort of reports of damage that you see, we need to have that information. Is very, very critical, not only for the National Weather Service, but for us here at Fox 5 to let people know. So certainly there's an indication that we're dealing with the possibility and likelihood of a tornado and throwing the debris up. So let's see what this looks like in the velocity mode. But I mean, what a signature that is as far as reflectivity and the hook echo. Again, the connector, there goes 85, there goes 75 up to the northwest, and it's right in that area. We're waiting on another scan as it moves itself across that area. Now, it's heading toward Buckhead right now. We had that TDS signature near James Jackson Parkway. That was earlier, so now we can certainly see it. Now it's moved. Now it's moved a little bit. So there's south of Buckhead. That's Georgia 400. It'd be this area right here in and around Ansley Park as we speak, paralleling I-85. So that's the concern. Your eyes kind of go to the brightness there. That's the higher reflectivity. That's some heavy rain, maybe some hail up towards Vinings. But as far as the actual tornado, I think it's going to be right around the Brookwood split there in downtown Atlanta as it races off to the east and to the northeast at about 45 miles an hour. So over here on Fox 5 Live Viper now, they've got the correlation coefficient, and we see some lofted debris. That's when it was back out towards the Six Flags and the 285 area. So, yeah, certainly something's been on the ground, no doubt about it. to loft stuff up. So what happens a lot of times, you get lofted up and then it gets transported by the winds, so you can't exactly line it up. It gets pushed a little bit, and we sit that. So now we got a live picture of tower cam. Let's see if we can put that in here. You can see, look at this, maybe right there. I can't point to it. Can we put tower cam into the key, perhaps? This is a Fox 5 live tower cam. See if we can put it right here, because I see a little bit of the wall cloud kind of dropping down. You can see, I don't know if you can see any rotation with that. There you go. See how that's kind of, look at that little thing protruding down. Yeah, how about that? Is it makes its way through downtown. Yeah, that obviously not in contact with the ground, but it certainly bears watching as a wall cloud in the sheets of rain that's coming through the downtown area. But we're looking for rotation. I'm looking at that. I'm not seeing any rotation right now, but we've certainly seen that with the possibility of that tornado picking up debris and moving across downtown Atlanta. So this started out towards the Six Flags area, now has moved across the downtown, and you can really see, that's the area right up in here. It's about to come toward us here at Fox 5, and so you can see, look at that, just shield of rain. I mean, you can just see it moving in this direction. All right, so let's go back to the switch source, if you will, and so we can see. All right, so let's get our bearings. There's Brookwood. See, I'm seeing something right here. Look at that, a little bit of a couplet right there, right near north of Druid Hills. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. See how the red and greens come together. And then here's probably what we've been looking at here. That's where the broader rotation, or the tighter rotation, was heading up I-85 way. That's what we were looking at from our tower cam. So let's see, go back to, all right, there's a correlation coefficient, maybe some lofted debris over this direction. Seeing, what's that here? Maybe, not, I'd have to see another scan to really make that out. Yeah, there's North Atlanta right here. Boy, the torrential rain now into town. And yeah, tornado warning in effect. This is right in downtown. This is Cobb County. All the storms moved away from Cobb County, so we're probably going to drop them from that. But Fulton and DeKalb County certainly until 2:15 with a fast-moving storm. So let me show you. Here we go. This is Fox 5 Live Viper. There's the heavier rain. I'm not seeing that big inflow notch or the hook echo anymore with that reflectivity shot. A lot of times these things now will get rain wrapped and you can't see them very well. We'll see let me pull this out just a little bit here and we'll see. You can, yeah, Adam, what you got?
Well, what we have here is the information coming in that it's been observed again on the ground just near the Vinings area. So that's about 7 miles north of Atlanta. It's been moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. Yeah. So again, it's a quick mover. And I think the best thing we've been showing that's really illustrated it, it hasn't picked up so well with our velocity, but the correlation coefficient, and again, that's the debris signature. Well, that's been the most accurate thing. And it might be because we've got so many leaves on the ground, we're able to pick up a lot of those things.
You're exactly right.
And it's really popping up for us right now. So that's been the best indicator of where this tornado is at this point.
Yeah, look at this here right there. See just north of Buckhead. See how that's a little less of a reflectivity right there. So this may be an area that we've got to watch as well. So these little spin-ups have been right along the leaning edge of this line that's been coming through here. So they kind of dance around, but certainly there's Georgia 400 right through the heart of Buckhead right now. So we had it kind of down towards Georgia Tech. Now one's kind of drifted back up towards the Buckhead area, and that is in the polygon here of the tornado warning. So there's Georgia 400 and Buckhead. So in and around Lenox and Phipps, certainly get away from all the windows and the glass areas that they have there in Buckhead. Make sure you're someplace interior for this spin up. And then we can seen possible damaging winds and some power flashes being reported out towards the Six Flags area. That was earlier when all this started, and then it's been tracking off to the east and to the northeast. So right now, here's the leaning edge, some very heavy rain and wind to the east of Atlanta, about to move into Decatur, but the rotation now a little further back to the northwest, just to the north of Buckhead. So I'm seeing if we just had a gust at Charlie Brown Airport at 55 miles an hour. So certainly damaging winds are likely along that line. Reports north of the Six Flags area of howling wind and then power flashes. which would indicate some transformers or power lines coming down when you start getting those flashes. So Adam's put in the storm track there. Brookhaven here in just a couple minutes, North Atlanta in 5 minutes, PDK in 6, Dunwoody in the next 8 minutes. So it's moving rather rapidly. So you've got time to go to your shelter if you're within that polygon area. So if you're in Decatur and Stone Mountain, Tucker, right on the cusp right there, not so much worried. But at Buckhead, certainly Chamblee, Dunwoody, yeah, I would make plans to go to my tornado safety place. I'm sure that the schools now, as we roll towards the 2 o'clock hour, probably kind of hunkering down. No need to release students in places in northern DeKalb County and portions of Fulton County. If you're in Cobb, Paulding, you're fine. This line now has left you, but now places in and around town probably need to again, hunker down. Let's just wait and have this pass before we start letting the school kids out. Certainly right inside the perimeter. There's Chamblee, Sandy Springs area now in Buckhead, 400 in between that pie-shaped area between 400 and I-85. I'm going to go back here. This was the correlation coefficient that Adam was talking about that showed this lofted debris that's out there in the Buckhead area and would indicate to us. Now, keep in mind, and Adam made a great point, that we've had tremendous amount of leaves on the ground, and a lot of times you can get thunderstorm, the initial onset of thunderstorm, take some of those leaves and loft them as well. But we did see some rotation there down towards the Six Flags area, and that prompted the Weather Service to kick up the tornado warning. But some of that could be enhanced by some of the leaves being pulled up and around just because there's so many of them out there, not necessarily due to damage, but that remains to be seen. We'll see if what the reports are coming in from the west side as the afternoon unfolds. But certainly torrential rain. You can see that with our tower cam shot there. Man, it's just coming down in a lot of areas and will so for the next 30, 45 minutes. It's kind of how long this is lasting, the torrential rain, and then it tapers off a little bit as the storms move off to the east. So there we go. Now, we've got a big area here under a severe thunderstorm warning, I guess due to the possibility of damaging winds, but you can see how that is now racing out towards the east, and I expect probably Gwinnett to get into the act as far as any of the warnings. Let's see, we've got an update so far. We've got, we had the TDS signature, the tornado debris signature near Paces Ferry and Northside Parkway, who said the gusts up to 55 in Fulton County, according to the Weather Service. So that's what we have working right now. So this is Fox 5 Live Viper. Can you make out the tornado polygon here? See it right there? That's the red that we have flashing. So not in downtown Atlanta, not in Decatur, not down towards Panthersville on the south side. Now we've just issued this new severe thunderstorm warning that goes all the way up into northeast Georgia, and that's really for damaging winds up to 60 and 70 miles an hour. But keep in mind, with this line and what we've seen, you can have a quick spin-up tornado as well, and we've seen that when we have a tornado watch and severe thunderstorm rolls into that environment, that you can get a quick spin-up tornado. So if I'm in the Cumming area, North Fulton County, Alpharetta, Roswell, be on the lookout. Not so much yet in Lawrenceville, but the wind is coming your way with this storm rolling now into northern DeKalb County and Fulton County, just to the north of downtown Atlanta, and there's Stone Mountain about to get hammered with some gusty winds. So I'm checking to see if we've got any, we're going to probably expand. Here we go, severe thunderstorm warning now for Cherokee, Dawson, Forsyth, Fulton, Gwinnett. So that's about to pop in here. There you go. That's it there. And I expect it to probably get extended down on the south side as well with that wind. Can we kind of zero in on this there, Adam, right in town again, where we see what happens with that. See the warning, the tornado warning still hanging in there in the Chamblee, northern DeKalb County, Fulton County area. And it's kind of the signature that we see back here. Remember, that's kind of exactly what we saw was out towards Mount Zion and Waco there in Carroll County earlier this afternoon. All right, so we're going back to Fox 5 Live Viper. We're in the velocity. The green is the hydrometers rolling toward the radar site. The red going away. And what we try to look to see where they come together, but we're not seeing any big rotation. But certainly when we're dealing with a squall line and these spin-ups, you may have a scan, what we call a volume scan, as the radar goes by, and it may happen in between those couple of minutes that it takes for the scan to happen. So it doesn't mean it's not happening, it's just sometimes we can't see it, and that's why we're holding on, I'm sure, to the tornado warning. There's some lofted debris just to the south of North Atlanta, North Druid Hills area. That's showing up on the correlation coefficient very, very nicely, and that's certainly within the tornado polygon. heading toward Doraville and northern DeKalb County and the top end perimeter right now. The possibility there of some rotation. So the tornado warning continues. I think it's until 2:15 for portions of now Fulton and DeKalb County. And then we have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings going on elsewhere across the northern suburbs of Metro Atlanta. Let me give you a very broad view. Yes, Adam.
Just getting into those outside of the tornado warned area, but right there on Alpharetta where we're currently zoomed in, the National Weather Service, and we're beginning to see maybe a little bit of broad rotation there. So that's going to be another trouble spot we're going to be watching here coming up, and we actually need to switch to our other live Viper for folks to be able to see that. But zooming right into the Alpharetta area, you're seeing just to the north maybe a little bit of hail elevated as well. This is another portion of that severe thunderstorm warning that is particularly powerful, so it's one we're paying very close attention to. Some broad rotation, not nearly as tight as the system we've been tracking, but this is one that we're going to have to watch closely as well.
Yeah, okay. They spin up so quickly, and you look at the tight gradient there and the reflectivity, and you can get damage from that, and just as much as you can from a small tornado. Thunderstorm winds 16, 70 miles an hour can certainly bring down trees and get up under the eaves of roofs, and but I'm not seeing a whole lot that would indicate rotation with that signature there. Let's see what it looks like in velocity. And well, there's that broad rotation. You see, this is what I'm talking about, or what they're talking about, and what Adam was pointing out. Here's Alpharetta, obviously Roswell, there's Georgia 400. See, you get a little bit of broad rotation right there. This is not in the tornado warned area, severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, but this is what we have to look out for in these types of scenario. Now the next scan is maybe further apart, it may get real tight, and then boom, you got some rotation, you got the possibility of a tornado. So I'm certainly taking precautions there in Alpharetta. Not so much in Roswell, it's left view Roswell, and it's but you see how that's underneath the polygon of the severe thunderstorm warning. Here's the tornado warning. It's kind of being whittled away, but it's rolling towards Chamblee right now. Let's kind of zoom in down here, Adam, and see if we can see any sort of rotation going on. Maybe a little bit. See how again, the greens coming toward the radar, the red's going away, and you get some broad. I really look for bright colors, and you get to try to get the couplets closer together that would indicate to me that we do have something going on, but I just don't see that. So let's see if we've got any information. Severe thunderstorm warning for Troup County. For Troup County, that's our friends down in LaGrange, and we'll show you that here in just a moment, but we're more concerned with the possibility of a tornado that has been shown some damage out towards the Six Flags area as far as transformers and power flashes, and no reports of any other damage yet. But if you have any information, please bring it into the Fox 5 newsroom through Twitter or email, and we will take that information, and it's very, very important to see if we have some sort of verification of what we've been seeing here on the radar, and the Weather Service would be interested in that as well. So let me go back to the reflectivity here and show you where the strongest winds are going to be taking place. There they are between Chamblee and Norcross. Again, right quick, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning down in Troup County. There you go. There comes a storm into Troup in LaGrange, so we want to tell you all about that. It looks like they have had a tornado warning in Chambers County, Alabama, so that's about to cross the line into Georgia, into Troup County, so damaging winds certainly a possibility down there in Troup County. So we've got numerous warnings going on. The active tornado warning here will be with us for about another 11 minutes if they don't extend it or cancel it, just depending on what the National Weather Service sees on radar. But I'm looking here on the reflectivity, and that is kind of raced towards the Chamblee-Doraville area, but I don't see any sort of a signature that would say there's a tornado. I do see some very, very heavy rain. I do see some probably gusty winds there. There's the I-85, 285, Peachtree Industrial Boulevard. This is 400 over here, so it's in that little pie wedge there just inside the perimeter where we've had that rotation racing towards Doraville right now. So look for some very heavy rain. Also wind, 60, 70 miles an hour, not out of the question with some of this. Of course, the concern would be if the things start rotating and you start, taking tree limbs down and shingles and roof top and so forth like that. So again, there's where the warning is taking place. Adam, you have...
Well, I just wanted to piggyback off what you were saying Some of these very strong winds. We're beginning to get reports into the newsroom of a lot of trees down across portions of East Cobb, and then of course running now into Fulton County. And I was just checking out Georgia Power's website, and we have portions exactly where we were just talking about our tornado moving through the area. Now folks without power, up over 3,000 people without power. So yeah, the ground's soggy, the wind's very strong along this entire line of storms. So won't be surprised if we see some more power outages as we see these very strong winds moving across. I know it's been so dry for so long, but now we do have some soggy ground thanks to a couple of inches of rain coming the last couple of days. So again, we're looking at a lot of trees down and now power outages beginning to roll in across portions of North Georgia, specifically in East Cobb and portions of Fulton County. David.
Yeah, what you're looking at there there's a tower cam of our Georgia Power camera looking right on into the heart of Midtown and downtown. Now the heaviest rain has moved on through. We had that possibility of a circulation north to Georgia Tech. We don't have any confirmation that anything has been damaged. But as Adam pointed out, certainly with gusty winds, you could get some tree limbs down, but you can see the rain continuing to fall in metro Atlanta. Beneficial now, minus all the possibility of damaging winds, but we love seeing that rainfall, and that's going to continue for the next hour or so here in downtown. But the strongest storms now have moved out. So this is what we're looking at now. This is up Dawson County, Forsyth County, portions of Hall and Gwinnett County, severe thunderstorm warning. They haven't issued a warning down here, indicating that that area is probably weakened, and they're just perhaps going to let that tornado warning expire because, see, there's not anything within the polygon right now. It's moved off to Spaghetti Junction. Move the map down just a little bit and zoom in right here, Adam, show folks within that. So here's the gusty winds, Panthersville. This is 285, 20, 675. So you can see it's pressing into southern DeKalb County. A little bit of a bow there indicating stronger winds. But we saw the rotation up here to the north of Chamblee, but now not picking up anything. Norcross, probably some very, very heavy rainfall for sure. The Lilburn area getting pounded. Lawrenceville, light rain now, but here comes some heavy rain. And then inside the perimeter, we're just seeing more rain. But once that initial line passes, your severe weather threat has greatly diminished, if not just gone kaput altogether. So sounding the all clear in Vinings, Marietta, also downtown Atlanta. But the tornado warning for Fulton and DeKalb County will continue until 2:15. But we're seeing there's some video from look at the ponding on the roadways, and we're certainly concerned about some flooding out there due to those storm drains getting clogged by all the leaves. So anything now west of downtown, I would think that you're in the clear as far as severe weather goes, but not so much maybe off to the east, and especially down to the southwest. Been concerned about that area. Looks like they've gotten a little bit warmer, a little bit more unstable, and we'll have to watch as that line rolls in from Alabama. We have the active severe thunderstorm warning in Troup County. That's the first one that's kind of showing up on the south side. Adams put on there the rainfall rates. Yeah, look at that. I mean, that's just torrential rain, talking about 3 and 4 inches, as much as, what is that, 6 inches up there? Now, that doesn't mean 6 inches of rain fell, but that's the rate that it's falling. If it was there for an hour, you get 6 inches. So you can imagine that in 15 minutes time, do the math, put it in quarter, and you're looking at, well over an inch and a half of rain up there in northern Fulton County on top of what we had the other day. So that's why we're seeing probably a tremendous amount of runoff. Beneficial rain, but runoff nonetheless. All right, so let's see. I've got new information that came in here. Severe thunderstorm warning now for DeKalb and Gwinnett. All right, so that is, let's see. That is the area there coming that was under the tornado warning. So according to the National Weather Service, that circulation is weakened considerably, and they're not going to extend or issue a new tornado warning at this time. So good news there. So it's moved out of the polygon, so no more imminent threat there in DeKalb and in Fulton counties, so that's good. But we are looking, as far as tornadoes go, but we are looking at the possibility of some damaging wind now moving into Gwinnett and DeKalb County. Adam, if we can we move this back down and kind of roll on into Gwinnett and DeKalb and a little tighter view there of this leaning edge, because now the folks in Lilburn, Stone Mountain, Mountain Park area, Snellville. So what's that, Liz? Can you repeat that for me? Who's Fulton County? Okay. Just getting information now. We talked about it, that Fulton County schools, parents, listen up, are holding dismissal. So they're just holding everything. Smart move. Wait a little bit. It's not going to last the rest of the afternoon, but no sense getting buses and stuff out on the roadways when this is rolling through severe thunderstorms, especially in North Fulton County, and the heavy rain down in South Fulton County. So again, according to our newsroom, Fulton County is holding dismissal of students as we get to that time of day. So good news there. The tornado warning's about to expire. They're going to let it go. That's why they issued the severe thunderstorm warning next door in DeKalb and Gwinnett. Winds up to 60, maybe even 70 miles an hour. So again, that can do some damage, especially with the weakened condition that we've had in the trees with the drought. Now the ground's soggy. Won't take much to kind of push these things over as it races off to the northeast and east about 45, 50 miles an hour. So let's see. We've got now we've got a new tornado warning. Just as I was saying that, new tornado warning. Let's go up to that area there in Cumming and in Beaufort. And this is now areas of Forsyth, Gwinnett, and Hall County. According to our friends at the Weather Service, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Brookwood, but that's up there in northern Fulton County, not the one here in town, near Cumming, moving east at 25 miles an hour. So how about that? So that's up here in northern Fulton County. So there's Alpharetta, there's Beaufort, just to the south of Cumming right now, heading toward Lake Lanier and Flowery Branch. That is prompted, so it must be this signature that they saw that prompted their warning of a spin up of a tornado. Now, north of where we've seen, which is the area that's been hit pretty good with wind and rain, but Weather Service says there has been some rotation showing up there, so they've extended a tornado warning for that area. And let's see, that's probably going to go for what, another till 2:45. Excuse me, 2:45, and that's what we're looking at in northern portions of Fulton County, Hall County, and Gwinnett County. That's what, yes, sir, Adam.
Just picking up on that, this is the new tornado warm storm they're running through Forsyth County all day. The correlation coefficient, which again is picking up the wind, it's the winds picking up a lot of leaves off the ground. That has been fantastic for us, and really pinpointing where these tornadoes are. And we just had it up. If we can bring it back up, and maybe David can step on there and tell us about it. But there it is. There's the correlation coefficient again, really picking up a little bit of a signature, some debris in the air.
Yeah, there's the Brookwood area that they talked about. Again, not Brookwood where down the Brookwood split, but Brookwood community up there in northern Fulton County, Alpharetta, Bay Creek right there. There's Georgia 400, that red line. So this is some sort of a debris that's been picked up by the dual pole radar, and that would tell us obviously something was on the ground to pick up some of that debris, an updraft, to send it up into the clouds for the radar image to see it. So all these other colors are fairly uniform, indicating that's rain. That stands out and says, well, that's something a little bit different, and that's why they prompted the tornado warning as it's moving off to the east and to the northeast. So it's just to the south of Cumming. So if you're in Cumming, Polo Fields, the tornado, possible tornado, likely tornado is not going to affect you. You're probably getting wind and rain. But if I'm inside the polygon over towards Sugar Hill, just to the north of Sugar Hill, Lake Forest, I'm going to my tornado safety place, the Big Creek area there north of Brookwood. Make sure that I'm in my tornado safety place. And you need to make sure that you have one of these ahead of time. Now's not the time to figure out where you're going to go. You need to have that plan already in place. So it's certainly a reminder for the rest of us that not in the polygon that come up with our basement or a first floor bathroom or closet, someplace away from windows and doors, the interior sections of your house or apartment. Certainly that is what the place to go. Make sure you protect your head in some way. Make sure you got something on your feet. Those are the rules of engagement when it comes to tornado safety plans. All right. Adam's showing us here is the velocity signature of the Doppler radar, and what we try to look for is a couple of. There's the Big Creek area. I don't see a whole lot in that. Again, this is coming now toward the radar site. The wind, this is going away out ahead, but that's too broad to have any sort of rotation right there in North Fulton County. But a tornado, we saw that debris signature, and I'm sure that's what the Weather Service saw is to kick off that tornado warning for portions of Fulton and Hall counties up there in northern suburbs of Metro Atlanta. All right, so let me get back to severe thunderstorm warnings continue there in DeKalb County and then Gwinnett County.
Yes,
Adam?
We also just lost our original tornado warning that moved through portions of Fulton and DeKalb County.
Yep.
And then we can also, and you're kind of looking there, we have that correlation coefficient still up. This might have just spun up really briefly because
it did. I don't see it anymore. It was just to the south there of Cumming, between Cumming and Big Creek. I don't see it so much anymore. So it may, in the next volume scan, kind of spin back up again. So in Forsyth County, Hall County, not so much Gwinnett County. Even though the polygon's down there, I'm not seeing it down to the south. It's more up there in Fulton and moving into Forsyth County, the threat of a tornado. So that's the active tornado warning that we have right now. See it there on your screen, Gwinnett, Hall, and Forsyth until 2:45. So the torrential rain really continues across the area. There it is on Fox 5 Live Viper. And you can see how we've got embedded in the severe thunderstorm warning is that tornado warning between Alpharetta and Cumming. And you see some wind there in Lawrenceville, Snellville, down towards Stone Mountain. That's probably pretty heavy. Let me push that back out because I want to start again. We always try to give people perspective. Sometimes we lose it here. So here's the scenario, is you're looking at this line. It's a broken line, but a line nonetheless is coming through. We've had the possibility of a tornado up to the northeast and then damaging thunderstorm winds to the east. A bit of a break down I-85, and then we've got active severe thunderstorm warning in LaGrange and Troup County as it makes its way towards Meriwether County and also Noonan and Coweta County. No active warnings down there. And then back behind that. So if you're any place, I would say, certainly west of downtown, the rain continues, but you don't have a severe weather threat. So Calhoun, Rome, Carrollton, Douglasville, Marietta, you're all good. It's all clear as far as severe weather threat. The rain will continue. The storm threats now are more to the east. So Griffin, you haven't seen anything yet. Covington, be on the lookout. Gainesville is coming your way right now. See if it holds together as it makes its way toward Athens through the course of the afternoon. But right now, tornado warning for Gwinnett, Hall, and Forsyth until 2:45. And so let me drill back down into that storm. We'll see if we see anything that is alarming. If you're hearing my voice and you're within between Cumming and Buford, certainly it's time that you can go to your tornado safety place right there. And you see an area of Hall County as well. Let's see if we go even further down, drill down. There's a little bit of appendage right there. A little bit, just a little bit. I mean, trying to make it out as it pulls off this way. So there's Alpharetta. Cummings up here underneath the banner. And if you're in Suwanee, no worries there as far as just some wind and rain, but certainly there in North Fulton, where North Fulton, Forsyth, and Hall County all come together, that's going to be the threat. So this is what it looks like again on Fox 5 Live Viper is the velocity mode. Not seeing anything. You got some bright green there, some stronger winds, but I don't see any red showing in there, so I'm not seeing any rotation with that. We pop up that correlation coefficient there on that Fox 5 Live Viper there, Adam, and we'll see if we see any more signature. No. Remember, if you were just joining us, this area here showed up in yellow, indicating that it was something other than rainfall that was being detected by the radar. Leaves, maybe some branches, maybe some shingles, and so forth. But we're not seeing any of that right now. So great news. That's good. We're going to still see some wind, but we're not seeing any signature that would indicate tornado. So awesome. That's good. All right, and again, it's moving at a pretty good clip. It racing off into let's see, east at 25. It was faster earlier. We had a couple of these storms that were going at 65 miles an hour. Now, let's see, bring you up to date again. Let's broaden the picture and let folks know, because we like to let you know when the storm's coming and when the storm has kind of left your way. So that's important. You can see the counties here. This is still under the tornado watch off to the east and the south. Any place to the west of Atlanta, you're clear. The tornado watch has been dropped, and that's good news. According to the Weather Service, we were looking at that. The CC in southern Forsyth County, less substantial. Tornado is likely very weak. And the tornado was weak, but it still has 60, 70 mile an hour winds probably, and that can do some damage. And that's why we're talking to you, and that's why we're on the air right now, because that is a dangerous situation. So anytime there's an active tornado warning or dangerous weather in our area, we'll be on the air bringing it to you. That's what we do here. That's our job, keep you guys safe and informed of weather threats. So that's why off to the west we're fine, off to the east maybe not so much. See if they zoom in on that storm there one more time, and up there in Forsyth County, moving into Hall County right now. I know Gwinnett. There you go, just a little up towards Sugar Hill area. So here's Beaufort, Sugar Hill community right there. It's this that had prompted the tornado warning. Don't look at a whole lot of a signature that would tell me that's a tornado, but I do see some pretty heavy wind. And yeah, we're going to see some strong winds too down towards Suwanee with torrential rain right along I-85 towards the Mall of Georgia and 985, Flowery Branch, Lake Lanier. That is coming your direction. There's an updated scan. Maybe I'm trying to see perhaps a little bit of an inflow notch there, but I don't see it. If we go back to Fox 5 Live Viper, that's the correlation coefficient, and no, I don't see anything there either. So we're still monitoring that. That prompted the warning, but right now we're just looking at the torrential rain and certainly gusty, damaging winds. Adam, you got anything over there that has come across as far as an update? Maybe the storm down in Troup County that we're seeing coming in through the chat room.
Well, yeah, there's a couple things coming through on our end, and one of it is just the weakening tornado or the tornado warning that you were just highlighting. That one is looking a little bit weaker at this point. I can back you out a little bit, and you can see a long line of storms. So there's still lots to look at. It's causing plenty of damage. I've been looking and checking in with Georgia Power Company, and there are still over 5,000 folks without power, and it's all from right along this line of storms. As it continues to push, the wind's still strong, so I suspect some more folks will be out of power. I can take you a little farther south along this line, as you were just indicating. We do have a couple of severe warned thunderstorms as well, getting you down towards Troup County, down towards Harris County. This is still just very heavy rain. We haven't seen the rotation, but these are big thunderstorms still with 40-mile-an-hour winds, so those are something to be concerned about. And then running you back up the line, this has by far been the most important thing we've been paying attention to. That's still running through Forsyth County. You're getting over to DeKalb County, up in towards Gwinnett and Hall County. That's all just that severe thunderstorm, that leading edge where we're looking at 40-plus-mile-an-hour winds, David. Yeah.
So here we go. This is Gwinnett County. This is you're getting your wind and rain right now, and maybe even some damaging wind with that initial onset of the precipitation. Look at the heavy rain now. We can hear it here at the Fox 5 studios, right here in Druid Hills in the Emory area, and then we're seeing the heavy rain down towards Fairburn, Peachtree City there in northern Fayette County. So the scenario is right now, let me back up and let you know what's going on in case you're just joining us. We've had very active weather. Started earlier this morning up in northwest Georgia and really started last night in northern Alabama, didn't it? Yeah. And so this dynamic storm system's coming our way, moved into an environment that was not quite as unstable as what we had next door in Alabama, but unstable enough to support some updrafts, and we had tremendous amount of shear in the atmosphere. In other words, the wind at the surface was probably coming up out of the south, maybe the southeast, and then in the upper levels, mid-levels of the atmosphere is more to the southwest. So as you had an updraft taking a parcel of air, pushing it up into the atmosphere, what's going to happen? It's going to turn it, because the wind's going to turn it. And we see that shear going on, the changing in wind speed and direction with height, and that prompts the possibility of spinning up a tornado, or certainly prompts spinning up some damaging thunderstorm winds. And that's what we've seen with this through the course of the day. Now, we were under a tornado watch, all of us, in metro Atlanta until 6 o'clock tonight. That's been whittled away back out to our west and to our north. Not so much off to the east, because that's where the line of storms are headed right now. Now we have active severe thunderstorm warnings in many areas across metro Atlanta, and then we have an active tornado warning that's been up in portions of Hall County, Forsyth County, and northern Gwinnett County. So I'm going to zero in on that right now and show you that is the spot that has had the possibility of a tornado. We just issued a severe thunderstorm warning down in Meriwether County. We'll show you that in just a moment. All right, so there's Lake Lanier, there's 400, there's coming. This complex here had the possibility of some rotation to it, and that's prompted the tornado warnings that moves off to the east at 25, 30 miles an hour. So right now, southern end of Lake Lanier, north of the Beaufort Dam, you're going to see gusty winds and moving into Flowery Branch, but nothing on that radar image indicates to me that we have still some rotation going on. We keep bouncing back and forth to the different modes of operation of the Fox 5 Live Viper, whether it's velocity or whether it's our correlation coefficient. This is the velocity mode, and this is looking at the particles and the wind speed and the wind direction of them. And I'm not seeing anything that would suggest any sort of rotation. This is all coming toward the radar site, so some strong straight line winds winds right there. See the brighter green? That's about to move into Lake Lanier. So coming that direction, moving out of Forsyth. All right, Adam, what you have?
Well, David, obviously we've been tracking the areas where we're concerned about the potential for a tornado, but this entire line of storms has been creating very strong winds, 40, 50 mile an hour. Well, we have more reports of this. Actually, we've got a picture of a tree down in Martins Road. This is up in the Roswell area, and actually a lot of trees down through the Roswell area. Chaffins Road is completely blocked at this point, so if that's on your route, good idea to try to find an alternative way to be getting around, as we're going to be seeing a lot of trees down. This entire line of storms obviously bringing a very strong punch, and I've been checking in with Georgia Power's website as well, and they continue to be seeing just as this system moves along, you can kind of track as the power outages start rolling in, and consistently 5,000 to 6,000 people have been without power. Now they've done a good job of actually getting some of that power turned back on as I've been tracking this, but still more power to be knocked out here as we're going to continue to be paying attention to that. So again, just to update you, Roswell, we know that's one area with a lot of trees down. Chaffin Road completely blocked at this point, and this line just continues to march. And as David mentioned, Meriwether County is now under a a severe thunderstorm warning as well. So we're going to continue to be tracking this. David, what do you have for us?
Yeah, check this out here. I turned on the velocity of Fox 5 Live Viper. A little concerned with what I'm seeing up here. This is Gwinnett County. Here's Lawrenceville, here's Decula, here's Hog Mountain, up towards kind of the Hamilton Mill area. And we've got a little bit of rotation in here. Look how that's gotten closer together. Now it looks weak, but there's rotation nonetheless. So this is just in the north of Decula, and we'll see what the next scan has. There's Auburn, that's out there in Barrow County. This area under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, and we can find this maybe quickly spinning up something as it makes its way toward Barrow County. But there's I-85 right there. So in the Hamilton Mill area, maybe some rotation going on there to the north of Decula. So nothing confirmation from the National Weather Service on this, but it is under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. So I would certainly be heading to my tornado safety place, even though it's not a tornado. But if I'm north of Decula, it might be a smart idea of a quick spin up of something there just to the south of Hog Mountain. If not anything, you're going to see gusty winds, maybe 40 and 50 miles an hour. We've seen that during the course of the afternoon with these storms. So the active tornado warning, Parsons of Gwinnett, that's over towards northern Gwinnett and the Beaufort area, Sugar Hill, and the tornado warning continues there for Hall and Forsyth until 2:45, but we haven't seen any more rotation with that storm as it makes its way toward Lake Lanier. So we'll keep an eye on that, certainly, Adam, between Hog Mountain and Decula. Let me pop back on the reflectivity on that, and we'll see if we see any sort of a signature that's not so much. There's higher reflectivity just to the north of Hog Mountain and Decula. All right, so see how leading edge, man, that's going to be some wind out there heading towards Auburn and Barrow County. All right, so that's the Fox 5 Storm Chaser right there. Where's it? 285, did we say? Okay, 85 north in Gwinnett. Thank you very much. Heading northbound on 85. Boy, look at all the spray on the roadways. Y'all be careful out there later on this afternoon with all the rain that we've had. But it's 85 northbound there, heading kind of toward this direction right now. This would be where the Mall of Georgia is right there, and there's 985 and 85. So this is now moved to the east of that. Now to the west of it, you're fine. You're in the clear. You probably have some rain, but as far as the severe weather threat, it's just not out there. So let me pop back over to Adam. You've got the Fox 5 Live Viper there in that Gwinnett County storm. See if we see anything on CC in that area where we had that a little bit of rotation. Zoom, let's see. I'm looking, maybe a little bit right there. There's Decula, Hog Mountain. Perhaps, but we were still holding on to the severe thunderstorm warning. It's not as pronounced, maybe a little bit. Again, with all the leaves that we have out there, you get thunderstorm winds that can get something lofted, but it needs a little help from an updraft, and that's certainly, we look at that as far as possibility of a tornado. So let's see what we got here. Severe thunderstorm warning now. They've extended that to Banks, Barrow, Gwinnett, Hall, and Jackson. So that's that whole group right here. Watch this now. We'll take this, move it back out. Man, look at that up here, just kind of lit up. All right, let me go back to there we go. In and around Gainesville, look at that, a huge complex of severe thunderstorm warning just due to that line that's there moving out of Lake Lanier. I would think that the tornado warning that we've had up there is going to set to expire. It was said 2:45, it's 2:30 now, but it's kind of outrun the polygon. So I'd expect them to There it is, just knocking on the door of Flowery Branch. Let's see, move this out. So here comes Houston, Auburn. Yeah, some very strong winds getting your way right now, moving into Barrow County, southern Hall County. Not seeing that rotation, not seeing the rotation up near Flowery Branch either. If I pop on our velocity mode of the Doppler radar, still there's that broad rotation right there. Moving out of Gwinnett, look at it right there. Now north, kind of northwest of Auburn, between Auburn and Hog Mountain. See this right there? There's 85. There's Houston. So making its way towards the Houston area. So keep that in mind. Winds really starts picking up. Need to be in tornado safety place. There's not an active warning there right now, but severe thunderstorm warning and a tornado would be possible. Just spin up like that and then quickly die down. It's kind of the MO of these as we've seen this afternoon. Had the possibility one out towards Six Flags, another one there in and around the Vinings area north of Buckhead, and then now some rotation up towards Sugar Hill, and then this one now between Auburn and Hog Mountain. Severe thunderstorm warning for that area until 3:15. All right, so let's go back to the reflectivity, and we'll see a lot of rain going on. Man, it's beneficial rain, if anything. And now, if we go down here to, we're not ignoring you folks down on the south side. Here we go. This is in Meriwether County. It's an active severe thunderstorm warning. This is I-85. There's Troup County, Noonan, south of Noonan, Meriwether, Greenville. There you go. That's a line of possibility of 60-mile-an-hour wind plus making its way towards Greenville right now. No rotation with that, but still straight line winds nonetheless, and torrential rainfall. We're seeing that rain also arcing back through Peachtree City and Fayette County, just the outskirts of Noonan. No severe weather there. And now the severe weather threat's greatly diminished, if not gone, in LaGrange, Franklin, up towards Carrollton, and really in Noonan, even though we're getting some heavy rain out that way. So great news there. And loving seeing this rainfall. So down on the south side, that's the only active. Well, now look what happened. We just, as I was showing you that storm, we're getting a tornado warning this is down in Meriwether County. Just as we get that tornado warning, the one for Forsyth and Gwinnett and Hall has been canceled, but we're looking at that tight circulation there between Beaufort and Brazelton, likely producing strong winds. So let's go down to the one in Meriwether County, and we'll show you that. This is southwest of the city, in and around the community of Stovall, I think, is where we see, producing located over Stovall, 9 miles southwest of Greenville, moving east at, moving east at 55. So there's Greenville, there's Stovall. It'd be right down here, the possibility of a tornado, and it's moving pretty good clip at 55 miles an hour. So there's another active tornado warning. Meriwether County, that's well southwest of the city. Certainly if I'm the area south of Greenville, north of Warm Springs, and around the community of Stovall, I'm going to my tornado safety place. All right, so we got some video coming into the Fox 5 newsroom there, and you can see that near the QT there at Six Flags, a little bit of debris there. It looks like, yeah. So that's what we saw. The tornado warning out there to the west, and some of that lofted debris was seen on our Doppler radar. All right, so let's see. We're looking. Let me back this back out. Again, couple active tornado warnings. Just one, actually, the one down in Meriwether County. This one up here has now been canceled. So good news coming. Beaufort, you're in the clear. Lawrenceville, the storm has left your area, even though it's still a severe thunderstorm warning. Ditto for Roswell. Stone Mountain's getting some heavy rain, but not any damaging winds that I can see. It was that broad area of rotation that was up there in Gwinnett, moving into Barrow County, that I had some concern on. Let's see what the velocity looks like now up that way. It's broad. Now it's kind of just north of I-85, now north of Hamilton Mill, in toward the Houston area in Brazelton. Let's see, let's zoom that right down. Yep,
Real quick,
jump right in.
I have got some updated information we need to get out.
Okay.
Fulton County Schools, and this is for parents. I know a lot of power's out, so it's important to get this info out. Fulton County Schools is going to dismiss as scheduled. Now that we're looking to get on the backside of this system, they were going to delay holding the kids a little bit longer, but it looks like it's out of the area, and they are going to dismiss as scheduled. So if you're stalling to pick up the kids, not going to be necessary today, this afternoon.
Yeah. All right, so the Weather Service has been looking at this. This broad rotation that's there, Brazelton and Houston. Here's the deal. It's broad. It's pretty quick spin up. And I think that the message is that you can get the damage from straight line winds with the thunderstorm. It's been warned for a severe thunderstorm up that way. And so that's probably why they have not prompted a tornado warning for that area there, now moving into Hall County. So it may be pretty quick as it races off to the northeast, but that's it's not a tornado warning up there to the northeast. And look at all the heavy rain. Wow, look at that all the way down south of the airport. It's just torrential right now, indicating a lot of lightning going on at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. And then there's that red polygon you see down in Meriwether County. That is the tornado warning. All right, so Fox 5 Live Viper, Adam's got it here, and we're kind of zeroed in down towards that area in Meriwether County. There's Greenville right there. There's Stovall, where we thought it was kind of near, and it's pushing off this direction. So Greenville, the road rolling down to Warm Springs. Let's see what we see here. Probably right here, right around the Crowder's Crossroads is where some of that rotation has taken place right there. So how about that? Yeah? All right. So that's prompted the warning, but it's not a tight coupling. Now, we take a look at the correlation coefficient and look at this down here. That's a signature that's kind of off. If the circulation was up here, I don't know if that may be something that we're not looking at. See, here's where the broad circulation would be. I don't know why we get any debris that far to the south. So we'll have to look and see. That's why you can't just go on one kind of scan and one image. You have to compare all of them and take a look and see what has transpired. So between Greenville and that Crossroads, yeah, that's where we're seeing some rotation. All right, so back out to Fox 5 Live Viper. There's that storm in Meriwether County. Look at the heavy rain up through Peachtree City, Jonesboro, just to the south of the airport. McDonough now, you're getting some rain. Heavy wind is coming your way. Strong wind, yeah, 50, 60 mile an hour possible in that area. You're not under a warning, but you do have a tornado watch, and that includes all of down here on the south side. So things may get a little active down there to the south, and that's where our active tornado warning is in Meriwether County. The one for Gwinnett County, Hall County, Forsyth has been allowed to expire, and they've taken it out. Although it's still showing up here, it will disappear here in just a couple minutes at the original time, which was at 2:45. All right, so let's go back up to that area that was in Gwinnett County. Shear marker showing a little bit of rotation up there. I think let's drill down and take a look at that storm north of Decula and Houston. Showing probably that broad rotation, the one that was up certainly by Houston and on into Brazelton. This area right here, there's north of Decula. A lot of torrential rain going on Decula to Houston now, moving into the Winder area. Leaning edge of some very gusty winds as well, about to knock on the door of Bethlehem. On the backside of that, Lawrenceville, Lilburn, Suwanee, Buford, Flowery Branch, all in the clear as far as severe weather threat, but the heavy rain certainly continues. So let's go back here to Fox 5 Live Viper. This is that storm that I'm still looking at down in southern Meriwether County. Just not seeing much to this. Trying to get some broad circulation down this way. I'm looking at it up here towards Greenville and Andrews Crossroads. All right, just to the south of Greenville. It started over here near Stovall, but it's moving more in this general direction. All right, so we'll continue to monitor that down in Meriwether County, the southern part of that county. Time to get into your tornado safety place for sure. Really south of Greenville and north of Warm Springs. That's the area that's under the gun as far as the tornado warning that the Weather Service issued. So here we go with our scan. We'll take a look at it. It's kind of this appendage here hanging down. Here's the onset. All right, so we got some video now coming in the Fox 5 newsroom. Thank you very much. That's a tree down in Roswell. Yeah, I'm sure we're going to see quite a bit of that, even if it wasn't near some of these quick spin-up tornadoes. Still wind damage, you can get that. and that's going to be some havoc on some of the roadways. So folks, just take it easy this afternoon. Just have a lot of patience. If you don't have to go anywhere and you're in now, just not go anywhere now. Let's just wait till all this kind of moves on through. Severe thunderstorms continue in many parts of the metro Atlanta area here this afternoon, especially off to the northeast and down to the southwest. And then the heavy rain just continues across metro Atlanta. But we see the rain, the back edge and the shield of rain ending back out to the west. All right, so Woodbury in 17 minutes, Molina in 25. That's the possibility of that rotating thunderstorm. Really, the rotation was in the line of the thunderstorms back in Meriwether County. That is the tornado warning. So tornado warning, Meriwether County until 3 o'clock this afternoon. That's a view from our tower cam here, Georgia Power camera, looking into Midtown where the rain continues to fall, but no more severe weather here for downtown and Midtown Atlanta. Great news there. And there's the back edge of the rain arcing outward towards Haralson County, Paulding County, Bartow County, Floyd County now, no more rain. The heaviest is well off to your east. So this is going according to plan. When you looked at our computer models, it was going to be out of here, hopefully, by the afternoon rush hour. So that's what I'm saying. If you don't have anywhere to go right now, just sit tight in Metro Atlanta. Things will improve, and let the folks get out there and assess any of the damage that we've seen with trees down, the one there in Fulton County, and I'm sure there's a lot more as we get the reports coming in. Yes, sir, Adam.
Jump in on there. What you're saying right there as far as sitting tight. We do have more school information coming in at this point. DeKalb County students are going to be sitting tight. They're going to be holding all classes until they get the all clear. Now, clearly, they're getting close to the backside of that system. But for now, all DeKalb County schools are going to be holding those students there. All after school activities have also been canceled. So once you get the all clear, if you're waiting to pick up the kids, you're going to be able to do so. We're getting closer to that point. But as of right now, they are going to be holding those students here for the rest of the afternoon until this system continues to move on out of the area. And if you are just joining us, I can reiterate something I said a couple minutes ago, and that is Fulton County schools had been holding students, and they are now on the other side of that storm, which means it's clearing off, and they are dismissing as scheduled. So if you haven't got that information, Fulton County schools are going to be dismissing as scheduled, and DeKalb County schools are now holding until they have gotten the all clear. David?
Yeah, so really the big concern now for the possibility of severe weather up to the east and to the northeast is now Barrow County, Jackson County, Hall County. You can see that the storm coming out of Winder and Jefferson. There goes I-85. There goes 985 up through the Gainesville area. The storm's becoming a little more ragged, heavier rainfall. The winds not as gusty up there, but perhaps close to 50, 60 miles an hour, and that's prompted this area to be under the polygon for the severe thunderstorm warning. And we can't rule out the possibility of a quick spin up, but the likelihood the further northeast this goes, that likelihood is greatly diminished as it runs into an environment that's not quite as sheared and not quite as unstable as what we've had here in the metro area and to the point south. So there's your heavy rain in Winder and in Jefferson. Knocking on the door of Homer right now, but leaving Gwinnett County as far as the severe weather threat is concerned. So let's see, we got new information. That is the extension of the tornado watch in that area that we've been looking at. You know, the folks there in Athens have not been under this tornado watch until now. So boom, we'll pop that in. So that's where these storms are going. These not so much up this direction, but now Barrow County, Jackson County, Coney and Clark. This is Madison County now included in the tornado watch. I think it extends till 6 o'clock. So what's happened then? Now, we just have a new active tornado warning there popping in. Let's see the information on that, Adam. That is a tornado warning now for Barrow, Clark, and Jackson. How about that? A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Harbin or near Winder, moving east at 35 miles an hour. So let's zoom in on that area. We got a storm track on that right now, that storm in the Winder area. Again, moving to the east at 35 miles an hour. Jefferson, Arcade in the next 17 minutes. Clarksboro in 22. Apple Valley in 24. Brockton in 25. Center in 30 minutes. So this is a brand new tornado warning. Radar indicated of this particular cell there outside of Winder for Barrow, Clark, and Jackson. So we still have the tornado warning down south in Meriwether. Now we got a new batch of Barrow, Clark, and Jackson. All right, so let's drill down into this storm and see what it looks like. Adam, if we can zoom in, there we go, in around Winder, north of Bethlehem. There's That's Highway 29. There's 316 right here, heading to the Athens area. That's Highway 29 moving into Winder. Highway 11, I think, coming out of Winder. So let's see what this looks like on our Fox 5 Live Viper. We'll take it from Meriwether County, kind of move on up into Barrow County, Jackson County, Clark County. This thing's holding together. There's a shear marker indicating some rotation. Yep, outside of the Barrow County and Winder area, Talmo, Jackson County. All right, so interesting. It's a little further north than what was here on this other marker. Let's pull this back out. Hang on. So we have the tornado warning now until, I believe that's until, let's see, 3 o'clock. Is that what I said? 3:15. 3:15 up here northeast of the city. Winder, Talmo, yeah, that's well north. This said they had the rotation near Winder moving to the east. Interesting that they included all the way up to Talmo if it's moving to the east. I'll have to watch. And maybe something that spins up along that line maybe is certainly the concern. Adam's looking at the correlation coefficient there, and we don't see anything that stands out to us that we've got anything lofted yet. We'll see if what happens with another volume scan. All right, so here we go. There's a little bit of rotation right here. It's broad between Winder and Bethlehem. Yep, just a little bit. Moving off to the east. So if I'm out there in Bethlehem, toward the Statham area arcade, certainly be thinking about our tornado safety place. With this quick spin up, there looks like another broad rotation there to the northeast of Houston. So these are the areas that I've been looking at. Let's see, that's I-85. Can you see that? Pop me up in the chroma key. You got me? All right, so outside of just to the west of Jefferson right now, and outside of Winder. So there's a couple areas, I think, right along that leading edge that could have something spin up rather quickly. A friend over in Athens, Dr. Marshall Shepard, who runs the meteorology department over there in Athens, saying that the sirens are going off. That's because Clark County is included in this tornado warning. Let's see. And so you folks at the University of Georgia, right now, the warning does not include the University of Georgia, even though you may be hearing some sirens. It does include part of Clark County, but does not include where the university is. So that's very, very important to know. Still need to be weather aware if I'm over there in Athens, but for the most part, we're looking at just some broad rotation in Winder and in Talmo, yeah, up towards Jackson County. So we've got this here on our velocity, and you can see this area. There's a little bit of broad rotation there, and then up towards Talmo, perhaps. But you can see the polygon here. There's Athens, and UGA, of course, is in downtown. The polygon does not reach the University of Georgia. It does clip part of Clark County there in the Bogart area, in Barrow County, and up towards Jackson County, but not the University of Georgia. So I don't know why those sirens would be going off, but supposedly they are. So we'll certainly be weather aware, but no need to go to your safety place as of yet if you're in Athens and at the University of Georgia. Let's see what that looks like on the reflectivity there, Adam. We'll pop that in.
We have good news.
There we go. There. So yeah, I don't see anything that would indicate a signature there of the reflectivity as it races off to the east. Heavier rain back towards Loganville, Snellville, Lawrenceville. You're out of the clear right now. No more severe weather for you. Yeah, what you got, Adam?
Well, yep. I just wanted to, obviously more important, the current tornado warning, but the warning down in Meriwether County has now been lifted. So,
oh, that's good.
Folks, still obviously some nasty weather moving through the area, but that tornado warning lifted, so we only have this one.
All right, so that's good. That's good. We're still seeing the possibilities of damaging winds down there. And so we got some damage, I understand, in the Roswell area, and Dana Fowle, I think, is joining us here in the studio to bring us up to date. Dana, what do you have?
Yeah, I mean, it's good news that we have some of these tornado warnings lifting, but that doesn't mean the danger's over in some of these areas. I think if we look at the Roswell area, there we go, we're going to see trees down like this. This is something that I think you can expect to see here, there, and everywhere possibly. We have downed trees at Martins Road and Chaffins Road. Now, this is something we're seeing again as these tornado warnings lift. Georgia Power, I'm checking with them on Twitter, and I recommend you do the same, are talking about the possibility of downed power lines around the area. So that's something we need to be on the lookout for too. David, Adam?
Yep. All right. So let's take a look at Fox 5 Live Viper right there. And hang on, I'm doing some maneuvering here with the sequence of what I want to show you. All right.
Time to say, get those pictures in if you have pictures of downed lines or downed trees. As long as you're in a safe zone, get those pictures to us.
Yeah, Dana's saying, reminding folks, if you're in a safe area, the storm's passed, you see some damage, we'd love to see some of your pictures and images of what's transpired here this afternoon across North Georgia. Broader view, kind of set the stage of what's going on. You can see how this line now has moved well to the east of downtown Atlanta. Look what it's did to the temperature. Now, we were well into the 70s this afternoon, low 70s here in town. Now we've cooled in the rain-cooled air to 62 here. It's in the 60s towards Rome and Calhoun. This area, any place west of the line, you're good, you're clear, you're fine. It's still raining in some areas, but the severe threat is diminished. Now, the areas we'll watch is down here southwest of the city and then off to the northeast, although this is starting to run into an environment not very conducive to holding on to severe storms. But the Weather Service took a look at the storm that was up here in the Winder area, Jackson County, also just north of Jefferson there in Jackson County, and that prompted a tornado warning for these broad areas of rotation, these quick spin-ups. Now, it did include Clark County, but does not include the city of Athens, so good news there. But coming out of Winder, no reports of anything yet, and the rotation was broad, and up towards Talmo there in Jackson County, we had the possibility. You can see one of our shear markers there indicating that as this moves off northeast east at about 55 miles an hour. So I would think University of Georgia kind of stand down but be weather aware, certainly. If I'm in Jefferson and if I'm in portions of Barrow County, I would certainly. Yeah, it's time for your tornado safety place, basement, interior room, closet, bathroom. Need to protect your head in some way. Make sure you got shoes on your feet as well. Mobile home communities need to find a more sturdier shelter. We saw the damage that was done last night in those communities there in Alabama, so you need to certainly seek a sturdier shelter if you're out there in northeast Georgia. So this is what we're watching. There's some pretty strong wind, I think, making its way now. We're not forgetting you folks that are in Newton County, Henry County, DeKalb County. You just don't have an active warning right there. So, I mean, you can look at it both ways. That's good, and that we're not focusing on you, but still the rain and the wind continue in that area. And then now we've kind of kicked up the severe thunderstorm warning out of Meriwether County, moving into Pike County and northern Upson County. That's down on the south side. That was a tornado warning in Meriwether County, no more. Don't see the rotation, but we still see a sharp gradient there. That storm moving out of Greenville and Meriwether County into the Zebulon area and portions there of western Spalding County and Griffin. So be on the lookout down there for some damaging winds for sure. Adam, do you have any new information that's come along as far as the storms that are there in northeast Georgia, perhaps off the chat room? We've been looking at maybe some rotation in the Winder storm, but we haven't gotten an update on that, and that prompted that tornado warning up here to the northeast. It
did prompt that tornado warning. We're not getting a lot of new information on that particular rotation with that system. Instead, we just continue to track the storm in general, just producing very strong winds, and really a lot of the conversation with the National Weather Service here over the last little bit is how instead of just isolated tornadoes, which we've seen, this entire line of storms is producing very strong winds, and we have been seeing and getting a lot of reports of trees down throughout this entire line. Whether you're within a severe warned area or not, a lot of trees down. Power outages continue to be an issue. You can, of course, check in with the Georgia Power online, and they keep track of how many power outages there are, and we continue to see easily getting up into the latest update now, 7,000 folks across North Georgia without power. So it's a big, strong system, and even if you're not in one of these areas where there's a tornado, there's probably going to be some sort of way that this is affecting you.
No doubt, no doubt. We're going to have some power outages with this for sure across the area. All right, so let's kind of set the stage for everybody of what's going on. We have a line of pretty intense thunderstorms moving across the area. Started earlier this morning up in northwest Georgia, now into the metro area. We've had numerous Tornado warnings. We still have a tornado watch for the southern sections and eastern sections of metro Atlanta. It's been lifted in the metro area, points to the west. We've got a couple active severe thunderstorm warnings now into northeast Georgia. An active tornado warning there in Barrow County and Clark County. Portions of Jackson County does not include Athens right now. And then severe thunderstorms down on the south side. Take a look at some of the time-lapse video that we have here from Fox 5 as the storms rolled in. Wow, that's something else. Racing, I would say. That's what that looks like. And the wind picked up in a big way, and then the rain was just torrential right through the heart of the city. We had the possibility of several areas of rotation that we saw in and around Georgia Tech, the Vinings area inside the perimeter, out towards Six Flags. Understand there's some minor damage there with some tree limbs down. But all in all, we're just seeing just rain, and beneficial rainfall across the area. So the areas flashing are the polygons dealing with the severe thunderstorm warnings. Then embedded in that is the severe thunderstorm. In that severe thunderstorm warning is a tornado warning up here to the northeast. So shear markers showing a little bit of rotation now coming out of Winder towards the Statham area, Jefferson. You see it clips just a little bit of Clark County. That's why you're included in the warning, but does not include the city of Athens, nor does include the University of Georgia. So Commerce, here comes some wind and rain your way with some rotation possible. So I would certainly be on the lookout for that. It's hard sometimes now as we get a little further from the radar site for the radar to pick up some of that in very, very fine detail rotations that we've seen here this afternoon. But I'm sure the folks at the Weather Service are doing the best that they can as we make this now move up into northeast Georgia. There's, I believe, a live look from the Fox 5 Storm Chaser as it was heading up I-85. Look at all the water on the roads and a lot of traffic. We said earlier, if you didn't have anywhere to go, just kind of stay put until all this kind of rolled on through, and we are going to see that. We'll see the back edge of it roll through here in the next couple of hours. So, again, look at the heavy rain now moving I-75 and 675 in Henry County, now into Rockdale, into Newton County, out to the east. No active warnings there. And then there's the warning down towards Pike County, including Meriwether County. And I think Griffin's about to get slammed as well with some very heavy rainfall. We're looking at rainfall rates probably 1 to 2 inches in short order, especially when we see that deep red going on. Very strong. Yeah, Adams put this on the radar. This is our rainfall potential. If it falls, it stays in one place there for about an hour. And you can see, I mean, this is going to be real heavy up here towards Jefferson, probably as much as, 3-4 inches an hour. Now, it's not going to stay there that long, but that shows you the rate that the rain is falling there in Barrow County and also up into Jackson County. We've seen that swath all the way into the heart of the city. So yesterday we talked about in the morning where we picked up well over 2 inches of rain in a lot of spots. The ground soaked in a lot of that, but it's still fairly saturated, so I expect a lot of runoff with this. This is the broader view of Fox 5 Live Viper with the line all the way down through the Columbus area and into lower Alabama. I was a little concerned as I was watching this afternoon for some of these cells that kind of get rambunctious down to our south, but it looks like that this is going to be kind of catching up to it, so it's better news for us. Maybe not so good news for the folks between Albany and Macon, where they could have some supercells fire up out ahead of the main line. And then you see the back edge of the line there in northwest Georgia. It's going to kind of clear on through. That's not going to happen. We have a clearing sky out there later on this afternoon, first part of the evening. In fact, some areas in northwest Georgia, even before sunset, may see some sunshine. So that's how quickly this is advancing. So you can see the temperatures there cooled into the 60s, still the 70s off to the east. Still several severe thunderstorm warnings going on, and we had that active tornado warning there in the Athens area. So let's see what's going on. It's going to continue that tornado warning for Barrow, Clark, and Jackson. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornadoes. So that's what we were looking at. Remember those rotations? It was not just one place. It was the one down near Winder, the one up towards Talmo. Several capable of producing tornadoes located near Russell and Barrow County, and another strong area rotated 5 miles north of Peach State Speedway up in Jackson County. Both these storms are moving to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. So, Adam, let's see if we can zero in on that area that's in Barrow County and in Jackson County, and we'll pop on the velocity mode of the radar, and we'll see if we can find those two areas of rotation, one up by the Peach State Speedway and the other one there just to the outskirts of Barrow County. So heavy rain there throughout much of the eastern suburbs. So this is that area here, kind of arcing down between Arcade and Statham. Winder area right along 316. This is where we saw one area of the rotation. There it is, okay, just south of Arcade. See how we got the red and the green together? Now, it's not very strong signature, but it's some rotation nonetheless, and you can, quickly, by the time the next volume scan comes, maybe it can spin up in something more substantial, or then it goes away. But nonetheless, on this one, we did see some rotation to the southwest of Arcade right now, making its way just to the south of Nicholson. So north of Statham, north of Bogart is where we see that first area of rotation that's continuing the tornado warning in Barrow County. Now you see that just a little bit of Clark County is in this, not Athens, just to the northeast of Athens. But it looks like that this rotation, though, is staying away from that. So I'm not concerned at all with Clark County. So you're in the clear, you're fine. Barrow County, not so much. All right, so let's move it up a little bit there, Adam, and see what's going on in Jackson County, just the outskirts of Jefferson and the Peach State Speedway. See if we see any rotation up that way. So our shear markers showing up there. And perhaps here's Homer in Banks County, the outskirts of Jefferson, down a little bit further. Yeah, we're getting to it's probably this right there. That was the one we were looking at first, and then probably up in this general vicinity, right along I-85, south of Commerce, maybe some broad rotation going on there. But this is northeast of Atlanta, and it's moving away from us. Great news, moving into northeast Georgia. Embedded in that is a severe thunderstorm warning for the possibility of 60-mile-an-hour winds. All right, so that's the story there. That's going to continue. All right. Adam's got some information. I'll go to Adam first. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to get this out real quick to folks. Buford City Schools has delayed dismissal. So if you're a parent for a student at Buford City Schools, we are going to delay dismissal. And I'm supposed to be tossing to who? Dana Fowler has some new information for us. Dana.
Yeah, some of these tornado warnings in parts of the city are going away, and that's good news. But there's the aftermath. We've had this extended fall. We've got leaves everywhere, and there is a result of fast, heavy rains and lots of leaves. They are clogging the storm drains, and so what we're getting is street flooding. Now, we're going to probably start seeing this here, there, and everywhere. That's in southwest Atlanta on South Gordon Street. But also, this reminds us that Georgia Power says be careful of downed power lines. So if you think you're going to walk across that, which is a terrible idea, there could be downed power lines in that area too, as well as downed trees. So some of these warnings are going away in some of the areas, but there are certainly other things to be careful of. David?
All right, so yeah, here's the active tornado warning that's up here in Barrow County and Jackson County. We're seeing a little bit of rotation there. Now, this is to the southeast of Arcade right now. See where the red and the green kind of come together here? All right, so that's moving up towards the Nicholson area, so south of Jefferson. So we got two rotations going on, one south of Arcade and south of Jefferson, and one north of Jefferson that we got our eye on here in the next little bit. That's a continuation of that tornado warning to the northeast of Atlanta. Does not include Athens and the University of Georgia. Hey, take a look at this video that we have now. When you look at it, you say, hey, that's some time lapse. It's not. That's the storm rolling into downtown Atlanta. Wow, check that out. Yeah, look at that torrential rain. It's just like it covers the screen marching in. It was racing in here about 50, 55 miles an hour, as well as some rotation going on with that to the north of Buckhead. Boy, that's something else. Can we see that again? Can we roll that one more time? Yeah, look, I mean, it looks like time lapse, right? But it's not. That's like real speed. Here comes the rain. Here comes the wind. And you can see what a great vantage point that is, showing the TJ Calloway sent us that. TJ, that's a great shot right there. We appreciate that very, very much. Shows you the impact and the intensity of the rain that rolled into metro Atlanta and North Georgia. So let's set the stage again of what's going on across the region. A very, very stormy day across North Georgia. Thanks for staying with us. We've been on the air now because we have active tornado warnings, and that's what we do. We stay on the air during a tornado warning because that information is vital to people. We still have that active warning in Barrow County and in Jackson County. But you can see how things are beginning to improve across areas of North Georgia and down towards Meriwether County. That storm now has moved into Pike County and northern Upson County as far as the severe thunderstorm goes. Look what the rain's done to the temperatures, kind of cooled it off a little bit. It's the end of November. We're not supposed to have temperatures well up into the 70s, but we have today, and then in the rain-cooled air, we're in the 60s. But just wait, colder air is on the way as we look down the road through tonight and tomorrow. Now we're just going to get the rain out of here, but beneficial rain up here in North Georgia, beneficial rain across much of metro Atlanta. And typically, we talked about this you get in a drought, right? We've been in a drought and we've been starved for rainfall. And then when you flip that drought, it's just like you almost go the other way. It's almost like it turns completely upside down. And so we had the heavier rain yesterday morning and 2 nights ago. Now we get this round, and I think we got some more rain in the forecast as well as we look down the road to Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Not storms, but rain, so certainly welcome. All right, so let's bring you up to date. There's your flashing yellow polygon severe thunderstorm warning, but embedded in that is the tornado warning for those areas of rotation that was outside of Winder and Arcade, and then another one just to the north of Jefferson. That's kind of raced off towards Commerce right now, so I think that's run out of the polygon. Does not include University of Georgia. And you're going to see, look how quickly this is moving through. Wow. And you see every now and then one of our shear markers indicating some rotation show up, and then there's none on there right now. And Monroe, you're about to get hit right here. This is going to be really strong winds moving into Walton County and downtown Monroe right now. So keep no rotation with that, but still some straight line winds. Dana has some new information about, I think, some damage or trees down in other parts of the community. Dana?
Yeah, we sure do. Sandy Springs police are telling us over on Riverside Drive, if that doesn't get hectic enough during high traffic times, it's closed right now between Johnson Ferry Road and North River Circle. Down trees, there's a power line there involved, and it's smoking. So if you usually go in that direction, turn around, find another route. Roswell, Coleman Road, we got more damage there. Down trees and power lines, same thing. So on your way home, or if you're picking up the kids from school right now, or after school activities, you've got to plan ahead or potentially plan another route. Adam, David?
All right, so I've pulled up here on Fox 5 Live Viper the velocity mode of the radar, and I'm showing this to show you where we think there was some nice broad rotation now, about to move into Nicholson. See, this is just showing you the direction of the rain, the hydrometeors, and so red is moving away from the radar site. This is moving toward, so you try to see where we get some of this action where you obviously would have some circulation, and it's fairly broad, but there's sun there nonetheless. This is between Nicholson and Bogart, moving this direction, and we had some more up towards north of Jefferson, and that's why the Weather Service hanging on to the tornado warning. And then we're just looking at some very gusty winds about to roll into Statham right now. That's right along 316, the Georgia Club area. Here comes some wind your way for sure with the heavy downpours that we're seeing out towards Bogart, but not the University of Georgia as far as the severe weather threat right now, but they are going to get some pretty heavy rainfall. All right, so let me go back to set the picture. You can see how we have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings going on well to the south and to the east of Metro Atlanta. So in town right now, and I know it's a mess. The roads are a mess due to all the rain that we've had and the leaves, and we may have some downed trees and limbs and maybe even some power lines down. So just take it easy. Just wait it out. I mean, here we are. We're coming up on the just past 3 o'clock. So we're not even to the afternoon rush hour, but you can see how the back edge of the rain is coming through us. So yeah, the rain will come to an end, and by 4 or 5 o'clock here in the metro Atlanta area, no more precipitation. There'll still be some wet roads, but we're not going to see any more additional rainfall. And so when you look at the strongest storm, evidently is this one right here in Barrow County, about to move out of the polygon. So great news there, even though back in Barrow County now they're still under the warning. Looks like it's really kind of moved back out into Jackson County and out of Barrow. But I've said a lot of wind coming through Monroe and Walton right now. Walton County, wow, yeah, look out. And now we look at the velocity mode of this, and we're still waiting on another scan to see if that's either tightened up or gotten even broader. We want it to get broader. That would indicate not so much a tornado. And you see the general motion of that moving off east about 55 miles an hour. Now, here's your active severe thunderstorm warning in Pike County. Zebulon, yeah, that's some winds up to 50 and 60 miles an hour heading towards the Barnesville area. Upson County, you're included in that, but it looks like the potent part of the storm is up in Pike County. So Lamar County, you would be next. Heavy rain moving into Griffin. We've had heavy rain out I-20 way in Conyers and Covington. No warned storm there, so good news. But still a lot of wind, a lot of rain. And then you're looking at more robust storms well down to our south and to our southwest, lower Alabama, the Florida Panhandle. But obviously the general motion moving off to the northeast. Beneficial rain, by the way, up into North Georgia where they've had the wildfires. This has certainly done a great number on the one in Fannin County that was very well contained and the one up in Rabun County. So great great to see that. And hopefully they got some rain up in Gatlinburg as well. All right, I understand Denise Dillon is out covering the aftermath of the rain and the thunderstorms. Denise, where are you and what do you know?
Hey, David, I am in Cobb County right now, and I've been on the phone with Cobb County officials, and they say when this storm swept through about 1:15, 1:30 this afternoon, it left some damage throughout the county, power lines down, trees down. But let me show you what we have here. I am in Mableton. This is Mableton Parkway at the intersection near Discovery Boulevard. And if you take a look down the road, you will see a huge piece of metal. What that is actually the roof of a building down the road. This is right at the corner where this Quick Trip is. We're kind of near, to give you some perspective, kind of near the Charlie Brown Airport. Now this corner, the Quick Trip's right here, that big sheet of metal right in front of it. Beyond that, beyond those trees, there is a small industrial park, a number of buildings there. When these strong winds came through, they took the roof off one of those buildings, and this is where it ended up. When it came down, it brought a lot of wires down in the area. You can see DOT is here. Georgia Power is also here trying to repair it. Mableton Parkway is open, but it is down to one line, that center lane right here. The other, you can see a school bus passing through right now. Buses are operating, trying to operate as normal. The road is open, and Discovery Boulevard also open. There are a number of Cobb County police officers out here trying to direct traffic to help you through. If you are coming through this area, traffic is starting to back up. Be very careful if you have a way around this. Certainly take an alternate route. But again, let me show you that rooftop that's right here. Crosses part of Mableton Parkway, actually. They're going to try to work to get this up and get those lines back up as well. We're going to be out here for a little bit. Reporting live, back to you, David.
All right, Denise Dillon reporting from Cobb County. Thank you very much. I understand we got some more images. Take a look. It's coming off some of your Facebook and Twitter posts right here to Fox 5. And we do have some damage, understand, over trees down along Coleman Road. That's up in Roswell. So we really appreciate you sending these images and to us there through our Good Day Atlanta site or Fox 5 Storm Team or with the hashtag Fox 5 Storm. Any sort of pictures you can do. Look at that. That's some significant damage there. Trees kind of snapped right there up in Roswell off of Coleman Road. So I'm sure we're going to see this being repeated across the area. And it's a reminder, folks, stay away from any down power lines. Let the folks get in there and do their thing. You don't need to be messing with any of that. So let Georgia Power and your local EMCs get in there and clear things out before you start messing with it. So trees down right there. That's along Coleman Road in Roswell. So thank you very much for that video. All right. So setting the stage, the severe thunderstorms continue mainly to the northeast, east, and south of Metro Atlanta. Here in the Metro Atlanta area, we're starting to clear things on out as far as not only the warnings and watches, but we're clearing out the rainfall as well. So that's what we're seeing. Got to zoom in on that storm that we've been having up here in Barrow County that prompted the tornado warning. A little bit of rotation coming out of the Winder area and Arcade. Now it's just to the edge of the radar right now. We had it towards Nicholson, but things looking a little bit better there in Barrow County and into Jackson County. There's no worries in Clark County and the University of Georgia other than some heavy rain. You can see the movement of that as far as our velocity goes. Had a little bit of rotation there. Also some rotation up near the Peach State Speedway in Jackson County, but that eventually kind of filled itself on in. All right, so now a new active severe thunderstorm warning down here in Griffin. That's Spalding County. We still have it for Pike County, and we also have it down there in Lamar County. Let's take a closer look. Look at that line coming out of Zebulon, knocking on the door of Milner and Barnesville, and then up towards Spalding County. This is south of Metro Atlanta, down 1941. You're going to see some damaging winds with that. And torrential rain. So that is what's the new warning is right now. And the line's all the way back down into southwest Georgia, but you can see the clearing taking place. Maybe not the sky clearing, but certainly the rain will be clearing out of northwest Georgia. Adam Klotz has been with me all morning and afternoon tracking this developing weather situation. Adam, what sort of new information do you have now?
Well, the big information, I hate to steal your thunder, the tornado warning has now expired. So we've been tracking tornado warnings now for a really long time, and we are now seeing seeing the final one, which was just running up into Bartow, Clark, and Jackson County. That has expired. We still have severe thunderstorm warnings running through, at this point, Banks, Jackson, Madison County. That's going to be until 4 p.m. We also have severe thunderstorm warnings to the south in Lamar and Spalding County. But as far as the tornado warning, David, that is wrapping up.
Oh, that's great news. But we still have the possibility of some damaging thunderstorms out there. And we've been pointing out all morning and afternoon long that just because you have damage from a severe thunderstorm doesn't make it any less damage than if it was a small spin-up tornado. So certainly be weather conscious and weather aware in the onset of the big time storms rolling your direction. So from northeast Georgia all the way through some of the northern suburbs and then down on the south side is where we've had active severe thunderstorm warnings. Great news, no more tornado warnings. We're holding on to the tornado watch, though, for a little bit out towards Covington and Eatonton and Griffin, points to the south. LaGrange, I think you're in the clear. We'll be dropping that pretty soon. And you can see no more watches out here across metro Atlanta and to the west as the rain and the storms have moved on through. So certainly the concern now of additional damage is going to be north and east of metro Atlanta. But now what's happened is the reports start coming in on damage across the area, maybe due to some of these small spin-up tornadoes, maybe due just to the thunderstorm winds, but damage nonetheless of trees down, power lines down. Don't have any structures involved in that yet, but certainly that may come on in. So no more tornado warning out there in Barrow and in Jackson County, but the severe thunderstorm warning continues up here in Madison County, moving into Banks County as well, and then on up into northeast Georgia. Our friends in Stevens County, Rabun County, having a severe thunderstorm warning as we speak. Now here comes the wind into Walton County, right in the heart of Monroe right now. Man, I bet that's pretty intense with the driving rainfall. And then we've been watching the rotation there up near Nicholson, but it's gone, so that's good. No more tornado warning in that area. Down to the south side, there's your severe thunderstorm warnings now flashing for portions of Lamar County and Spalding County for probably about the next 45 minutes, the culprit being those 60-mile-an-hour winds. And you always have to look for the possibility of a quick spin up along that line, especially in the environment that it's in down there to the south of the city. So we've got the crews fanned out all over the area as we look for your reports of damage. So be sure you can hit us through Twitter and Facebook with some of your pictures and images so we can share with others. Also confirm to the National Weather Service what has transpired here through the course of this day and this morning. You can see the line. There it is in North Georgia through west central Georgia all the way down into southern Alabama and the Florida Panhandle. And we're finding still some storms firing up around that leaning edge. But the rain, we haven't had a chance to check rainfall totals here in Atlanta, but I would expect they exceed over an inch, inch and a half in a lot of areas at the rate that was coming down, and it's continuing to rain across many areas of North Georgia. Beneficial, yes, indeed, minus all the fanfare with the damaging winds and the possibility of these spin-up tornadoes that we saw started earlier this afternoon and then kind of made its way from the west to the northeast. So the active warnings now pushing into northeast Georgia and the one down to the south. And you see what it's done to our temperatures. We're well into the 70s, fairly unstable. We had more shear to deal with, but we are looking at temperatures cooling, trading the 70s back into the 60s, and we're going to cool even more as we get through tonight and tomorrow. Denise Dillon's been following some damage out in Cobb County. We'll check in with Denise. Denise, what do you know?
Hey, if anybody wants to know how strong these winds are, here's a good example. Take a look at this. Right down this sidewalk, you see that huge piece of metal there? That is actually a roof from a building about a block away. Beyond those trees, there's a small industrial park right here on Mapleton Parkway. Around 1:15, 1:30 in that time frame, the strong winds came through, picked up that roof. It landed right here. It kind of wrapped itself around some of these power lines here in front of this Quick Trip right at Discovery Boulevard and Mapleton Parkway. At that moment, of course, all the lights in this area went out. The Quick Trip, there is a daycare right across the street. A number of Cobb DOT trucks out here trying to get things back to normal. Georgia Power's out here trying to fix the lines. There are also a number of Cobb police officers out here directing traffic. This road is open. Mapleton Parkway and Discovery Boulevard. Both roads are open. Things are just going slowly because things are down to one lane going in this direction. So you can see where it's already starting to back up. We are hoping to get down there in just a little bit to see more of the damage on the other side at that industrial park where this roof came from, the same roof that ended up right here. Reporting from Mableton, Denise Dillon, Fox 5 News.
All right, Denise Dillon out there in Cobb County, and I'm sure we're going to see more reports of some damage out there due to the just the widespread nature. This just wasn't obviously a single storm hitting a single community. I mean, this was felt from North Georgia mountains all the way down through the south side and points further south. Active severe thunderstorm warnings. So they're the flashing yellow polygons that you see. No more tornado warnings, great for that, but we're holding on to the tornado watch here for the next little bit, but it's being whittled away as soon as this rolls on across that area. So the biggest concern is going to be damaging winds now, especially to the northeast and down here on the south side. So let me take you a closer look to the storm that's up here north of Athens now into Danielsville. And Athens, you're about to get wet. I mean, you're about to get stormed on, but not a severe storm, and gusty winds coming out of portions of Barrow County and Walton County into Watkinsville and Oconee County. But the strongest storms to your north there in Madison County, and we're holding on to the severe thunderstorm warnings further south in Spalding and in Lamar County. Russ Spencer has joined us now on the news desk, and Russ, you have some information about some damage reports coming on in.
Well, some damage reports in Roswell, in fact, David, at Martins Road and Chaffins Road, some trees down in Roswell. In Fulton County, South Gordon Street, there's some serious flooding. And David, on my way in on Peachtree Industrial Boulevard, southbound just north of 285, I ran into some standing water right there across 3 or 4 lanes that was 4 feet deep in some places. So we talked the other day about the fact that some of the storm drains are very, very clogged because we didn't have any rain at all for some 42 days, as you had been telling us. And in some places there is some serious standing water. This is Coleman Road in Roswell. Cobb EMC on the scene there. You can see some trees down. So it seems to be isolated in some places. In North Fulton County, where I was just about 45 minutes ago, the wind blew very strongly, but no trees down. And yet in some places, isolated places like Mableton Parkway, as Denise Dillon was showing us, the wind was strong enough to pull up a roof and push it an entire block. So EMC on the scene there. We can expect that there'll be power outages in that area of Coleman Road in Cobb County. So as new reports come in, David, we'll bring them to you. So back to you. It sounds like at least the worst of the storm has passed in most places. Is that right?
Certainly, yes. We're still concerned up here in northeast Georgia where you can get some wind damage out there due to winds up to 60 miles an hour with a few of these thunderstorms, and that's prompted obviously the severe thunderstorm warnings, but they moved well to our northeast. That's Madison County, Banks County, Stevens County, up through Habersham County there in northeast Georgia. That line right there is I-85 moving into South Carolina, and that's the direction these are moving. So great news there. There you go, pretty good clip east, 50, 55 miles an hour. Then down here to our immediate east of Metro Atlanta, look at all that heavy rain. And Walton, Newton County coming out of Rockdale, and then down on the south side, I-75 way south of McDonough, still holding on to the severe thunderstorm warnings there in Griffin, that's Spalding County, and then into Lamar County, which includes Barnesville. But you can see how the heavier rain has moved off to the east, certainly of Metro Atlanta, but that's some really strong winds now in eastern Spalding County, about to roll right across I-75 into Butts County. So be on the lookout there. Now, down on the south side, well to our south, there's some more strong to severe storms, but those aren't coming our way. So, again, this is a reminder that when you need our Fox 5 Storm Team weather app, because not only do you get what we're doing now, you get the radar and you get the weather alerts, not only the watches and the warnings, but you get a heads up when the heaviest precipitation is coming your area. So you can go download that now. It's free in your iTunes or Google Play Store. It's one of those tools that you need in the tool chest when it comes to severe weather. Russ?
All right, David, thanks very much. Let's look at some video now that's sent in by one of our viewers, Jason Chaffetz, in the Buckhead area. I'm seeing this for the first time just like you are, but look at the intensity of that wind. You can see the swirling wind picking up debris there. No signs of any significant damage, but a really serious storm and rotation and not much visibility at all. That's the scene over much of the area today. You can see those trees being blown around, leaves being blown around in a circular way. I'm sure that was frightening for the folks there in that area. As I was coming in, David, there was a report actually of a tornado, a possible tornado near Daves Creek Elementary School, south and east of Cumming. And, you know, I have to say, that was about 4 miles north of where I was, heading, thankfully, in the other direction. And yet what they tell you is you're not really safe in the car, not even safe under an overpass. And yet I've never seen anybody get out of a car and get down in a low-lying area. Yeah,
there's some varied information or I guess what's the discussion about that, Russ? I think, and I think the American Red Cross would agree, that if you're in your car, I think a car is a good place to be. Now, you're right, you don't want to get up under an overpass because that is where wind gets funneled, obviously, underneath the overpass. But I would take staying in my car versus being out in the open someplace. The old rule used to be get out into a ditch and cover your head and so forth. I think the way cars are made these days, I think I would take my chances staying in a car. So that's certainly up to debate, but if you wanted my opinion, that's it. Hey, I've just been sitting here watching this video. It said this is out of Buckhead there, and certainly that is some rotation going on. I mean, look at the debris, and you can think about some of that debris now getting lofted up into the cloud. That's what we saw in our correlation coefficient earlier for that storm that was moving across Buckhead. So certainly some verification there. Wow, that is some unbelievable video, and you can see just the broad nature of that. You don't see a funnel per se, but you see the rotation and you see quite a bit of debris being lofted, whether it's twigs and leaves and so forth. But wow, what a mess right there in Buckhead earlier this afternoon, and that scene was being repeated. Now, this is another view of the rain rolling in here. How about that? Yeah. That's not time-lapse. That's like the real McCoy. That's how quick it was moving. It kind of looks like time-lapse, and you can kind of look. That's that shield of rain moving right into downtown Atlanta. Man, that came on down, and we had that possibility of some rotation out near Georgia Tech. No reports of any damage that way, but it's something we saw on the Fox 5 Live Viper. So there came the heavy rain. So trees down in a lot of locales across North Georgia, no doubt. Power lines down, and you can see how the back edge of the rain's finally making its way into the immediate metro area. So we kind of just catch our breath. Not so much up here in northeast Georgia. Now Athens, here you go. You've got rain and storms coming your way, but the severe thunderstorm warnings to your north there in Madison County, and it moves on up into the upstate of South Carolina. What I want to show you, now is that moving off at a rapid pace, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Remember the storm I was showing you coming out of Spalding County? Well, it's kind of flared up, so they've included parts of Henry County, parts of Newton County, Jasper County, Butts County, severe thunderstorm warning into the afternoon for the possibility of 60-mile-an-hour winds, and that's the concern. Pretty good wind came through Monroe, too. I mean, look at that, arcing all the way up into Watkinsville and Oconee County, knocking on the door of Morgan County as we speak. Once that moves on through, you still look at some rain in the metro Atlanta area, but the severe threat has greatly diminished, if not gone away altogether in metro Atlanta. So we told people to kind of just sit tight. Well, just sit tight a little bit more, and then you can get yourself home. But right now, I would just kind of take it easy. There's a lot of water out there on the roadways. Russ?
All right, Dave, we're getting more of a sense of the aftermath. Let's go to North Fulton County, Roswell in particular. We have a live picture from Coleman Road now. We showed you some video earlier of some trees down there and Cobb EMC on the scene. Look at the size of that one. That tree looks like it may have been rotten to begin with, but the wind this afternoon strong enough to blow it down, a very large tree. No sense at this point. I don't see any power lines down at this moment, but again, we're live on the scene here, and there you go. Knocked off about 15 or 20 feet above the ground, reminiscent of those tornadoes back in 1998 in Dunwoody, up in that area where pine trees were snapped like toothpicks at 15 or 20 feet. That looks to have been there are many more trees. Thankfully, none that I can see on the house at this point. Perhaps I'm wrong, but there are a lot of trees surrounding this home, and they're going to have some very serious cleanup to do. Again, this on Coleman Road, and I spoke too soon, and I'm sorry that I was wrong, that there's a pine tree that has fallen right on top of the rooftop there on Coleman Road in Roswell. So not only are they going to have to clean up the yard, but going to have to file an insurance claim at this point at that home. We'll talk to the homeowner and see what kind of damage they have and what kind of experience they had as that storm roared through. But certainly a frightening experience, and you were warning people all afternoon, David, to get into an interior room someplace secure, and that would certainly have protected them.
No doubt, and we're seeing more damage reports come in as soon as people can get out, and we welcome your video and we welcome your pictures right here into the Fox 5 newsroom and the Fox 5 Storm Center. All right, so bring you up to date. The biggest threat now has moved away from Metro Atlanta, moved into northeast Georgia, much of the eastern suburbs seeing now severe thunderstorms. We don't see the tornado threat anymore. We still have a tornado watch in some counties, but that's really being pushed now to a severe thunderstorm watch in places like Eatonton, Greensboro, over towards the Madison area, just south of Athens, on into the evening hours. And that's for the damaging winds due to these thunderstorms. So great news there, but still the possibility of strong damaging winds persist, especially south and east of the city. So look at this coming through now. Butts County, southern Henry County, out of Barnesville and Lamar County, moving itself towards Monticello, just outside of Stewart there in Jasper County. So we're going to put up with that now through the course of the rest of the afternoon into the early evening as it makes its way into east central Georgia. So you can see a bit of a clearing trend back up here across extreme northwest Georgia. Finally, yeah, the beneficial rainfall. We can't wait to see what some of the rainfall totals have been, but that kind of pales in comparison to the damage that we might see out there due to the straight line winds and the little spin up tornadoes that we had earlier this afternoon. You see the temperatures dropped from the 70s down into the 60s. An event like this is a reminder that you need the Fox 5 Storm Team app. It carries you wherever you go. It'll let you know watches and warnings immediately. It'll let you know notifications of when the rain and the lightning is near your area. You can look at the radar. Obviously, we have the forecast on there. We provide you videos. Take a look at the storms as they rolled across Metro Atlanta and North Georgia through our time lapse. There was something else. Intense storms across North Georgia. We've got crews fanned out all over the area, Metro and North Georgia, to bring you the storm team coverage of the damage. Be sure to join us coming up on Fox 5 News at 5.
$30 period. Taxes and fees included. Switch now and get 2 free Samsung Galaxy. Yes, 2 free Samsung Galaxy. Metro PCS. Wireless figured out.
Patti LaBelle. Yeah. Patty pie. Girl, that's $3.48.
Patti LaBelle sweet potato pie. Only at Walmart. $3.48 on rollback. Save money. Live better. Walmart.
Sweaters make the